Merci. Oui, bonjour tous les visiteurs. Merci d'être en ligne avec nous. Nous avons un petit retard technique et là c'est réglé. Donc, rapidement, vous avez mes deux photos qui datent de 34 années. Ça ne rajeunit pas. Mais voilà, mon nom c'est Mohamed Sangaré et je suis le fondateur de la société suisse de réalité virtuelle et augmentée, qui s'appelle la SSVA. Euh, donc, je suis français comme enseignant de mathématiques au lycée de Yopougon à ses tout débuts. Et depuis plusieurs années, je suis en Europe, actuellement en Suisse, à Genève, où je m'occupe de faire la promotion de la réalité virtuelle. Je dirai ce que c'est pour ceux qui ne savent pas, et puis on aura des cas d'usage plus tard. Slide suivante. Alors, la Société suisse de réalité virtuelle, c'est une association qui a pour but de faire la promotion de la réalité virtuelle et surtout qui depuis 4 ans, a créé un réseau, un des plus grands réseaux dans le domaine associatif en Suisse, par des grandes sociétés comme Google, Microsoft, à des plus petites, des startups, mais aussi des universités. Nous avons des chercheurs, des développeurs et des ingénieurs dans notre réseau. Donc déjà, vous pouvez nous joindre, vous pouvez nous retrouver sur le site ssvar.ch. Donc, je vous mettrai les liens à la fin pour ceux qui sont intéressés. Alors, la réalité virtuelle en Afrique, pour moi, c'est très important depuis que j'ai commencé à travailler dans ce domaine et que je comprends les enjeux de cette technologie. Je vois le potentiel. Et là, j'ai beaucoup de choses en Afrique parce qu'aujourd'hui, avec le retard technologique que nous avons, il y a beaucoup à faire. Et ce qu'il y a de plus important à mon sens, c'est l'éducation. Et les moyens pour l'éducation sont nombreux, mais euh, tout ne se vaut pas. Et la réalité virtuelle ou la réalité augmentée a un pouvoir tel qui est beaucoup plus fort que les moyens traditionnels que nous avons. Donc, pour moi, je veux qu'on change le narratif sur l'Afrique pour montrer l'Afrique sur un autre jour. Une Afrique qui serait technologiquement à jour et qui aurait aussi son histoire à raconter au niveau de la scène mondiale. Mais tout ça, c'est c'est une, ça demandera une volonté politique, au sens où il faudrait qu'à un moment donné, les politiciens ou les dirigeants prennent conscience de l'existence de cette technologie et l'intègrent dans une stratégie de développement, de sorte qu'on puisse un jour les utiliser pour l'éducation, la formation et puis l'industrie et autre chose. Donc je suis très content d'être ce matin avec vous en ligne pour faire découvrir ce domaine qui demande parfois des équipements, parfois pas, mais qui a un très fort potentiel. Slide suivante. Alors, j'aime, avant de commencer une présentation technique, faire toujours un petit peu de digression sur l'éthique, je dirais pas la philosophie pour ne pas choquer les développeurs qui sont en ligne. Parce que c'est très important, même quand on fait la promotion d'une technologie qu'on aime, il faut toujours se rendre compte qu'il y a un aspect de réflexion, il y a des dangers, il y a aussi des inconvénients à utiliser certaines technologies. Donc, j'aime commencer par des choses qui ne sont pas forcément technologiques pour situer le contexte, pour amener les techniciens, les ingénieurs à une autre réflexion. Donc, science sans conscience n'est que ruine de l'âme, c'est pas moi qui ai dit, c'est Rabelais, et c'est dans le but de d'amener à réfléchir à l'usage des technologies euh, avant de les utiliser. Slide suivante. Donc, on va voir ensemble ce que c'est la réalité. C'est un mot que tout le monde pense connaître. Ensuite, je passerai plus à la réalité virtuelle. Et à la fin, comment sont utilisées ces technologies et quels usages on peut en faire. Alors, qu'est-ce que la réalité? Je dirais, il n'y a pas. C'est un mot qui est très connu. Tout le monde sait quand on dit en réalité ceci, en réalité cela. On a tous l'impression de bien connaître ce que c'est que la réalité. Donc pour moi, l'objectif, c'est de faire réfléchir à la technologie, plutôt réfléchir sur la technologie qu'à sa pratique. Et c'est pas seulement un cours, une présentation que je vous propose, c'est un voyage. Donc je vous invite à voyager dans le monde infini des réalités. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que nous allons traverser différentes couches de la perception humaine parce que ces technologies ont le pouvoir de transformer notre vision du monde. Par exemple, la réalité augmentée, virtuelle, va augmenter nos rêves. La réalité augmentée enrichira notre imagination et la réalité mixte va nous donner le pouvoir de remodeler notre environnement. Les mots ont un sens en réalité. Ça veut dire quoi? Quand on met un adjectif au mot réalité, c'est déjà étrange, n'est-ce pas? Ça devrait être factuel, ça doit être véridique. Un point, c'est tout. Par contre, quand on parle de réalité virtuelle, augmentée ou mixte, est-ce qu'on est encore en train de parler de la réalité? Lorsqu'on utilise le mot réalité, ça nous fait penser que c'est pas réel, c'est fabriqué quand on ajoute un adjectif à ce mot. Donc naturellement, on va opposer virtuel à réalité ou augmenté. Mais pourquoi est-ce qu'on est aussi sûr que c'est pas la réalité quand on parle de réalité virtuelle ou de réalité augmentée? Est-ce que le mot réalité, est-ce que ce qu'on appelle la réalité, c'est quelque chose de tellement pur que lorsqu'on ajoute quelque chose, ben c'est plus la réalité. Eh ben, je vais tenter de mettre à l'épreuve vos certitudes. Donc on atteint notre premier stop dans notre voyage, qui est celui, c'est une question simple. Qu'est-ce que la réalité? Mais c'est une question qui est faussement simple, au sens où quand on a, quand on demande à quelqu'un ce qu'il ressent, ce qu'il voit, ce qu'il pense être réel, on parle de réalité personnelle. Ce que je ressens, mes douleurs, mes joies, mes plaisirs, tout ça, c'est ce qu'on va appeler la réalité personnelle. Et c'est c'est une réalité qui est subjective. Mais cette réalité-là, on peut, elle est sujette à de l'arbitraire, à des choses. Moi, je peux avoir une réalité qui ne sera pas la vôtre. Et vous, par rapport à votre voisin ou vos connaissances, vous aurez différentes perceptions de cette réalité-là. Slide. Alors, regardez les trois images qui vont apparaître. La première image, quand on la regarde, regardez-la bien. Est-ce que c'est un lapin ou est-ce que c'est un canard? La deuxième image, est-ce que la personne que nous voyons à l'écran nous regarde de face ou est-ce qu'elle regarde à droite? Et la troisième image, est-ce qu'on a un lapin ou est-ce qu'on a deux personnes? Donc, si je suis tout seul à regarder ces images, je serai tout aussi perturbé que vous, parce que je me dirais, mais attends, la première image, c'est un lapin, la deuxième, non, c'est pas un lapin, c'est un canard, et ainsi de suite. Et je ne saurais pas prendre de décision parce que là, il n'y a pas de réalité possible. En fonction de ce qu'on choisit, de l'angle, du point de vue, eh ben, on n'aura pas la même conclusion. Suivant. Donc, on a vu qu'il y a une première réalité qui est la réalité personnelle. Il y a une qui est la réalité dite sociale. Ça veut dire que nous allons partager ensemble un corpus de vérité sur laquelle nous allons nous baser pour communiquer. Mais est-ce qu'on est toujours d'accord sur tout? Et est-ce que on a en groupe toujours raison? Si vous regardez l'image, la personne de gauche voit 4 barres et la personne de droite en voit 3. Qui a raison, qui a tort? Est-ce qu'on peut, à partir de là, dégager une réalité sociale commune? Pas évident. Donc la réalité sociale n'est pas garantie. Et la troisième, on va l'appeler la réalité dite objective. C'est-à-dire que l'objectif, c'est une réalité qui existerait en dehors de nous, sans qu'on regarde, sans qu'on discute, qui existe parce qu'elle elle est là. Quand vous regardez cette image, qu'est-ce que vous voyez? Est-ce que vous voyez un visage d'homme ou est-ce que c'est une nature? Regardez bien l'image. Est-ce que ce sont des yeux? Est-ce que c'est un nez? Est-ce que c'est une personne? Vous voyez? Donc, même si on n'est pas là, quand on regarde, quand on essaye de penser une réalité qui est en dehors de nous, on a encore un doute parce qu'on n'est pas encore sûr qu'il existe quelque chose qui soit en dehors de nous et qui existe pour toujours. Slide suivant. Corps, corps. Voilà. Quand, quand on fait un rêve, quand vous dormez, cette nuit vous avez dormi, vous avez fait un rêve. Bon, j'espère qu'il était beau. Par contre, quand vous rêvez, vous vivez une réalité. C'est une réalité que personne ne peut contester pendant que vous êtes dans votre rêve. La petite fille qui dort, elle est dans une réalité. Par contre, l'image que vous voyez à droite, c'est une personne qui est en train d'expérimenter un jeu de réalité virtuelle qui consiste à sauver un petit chat sur un gratte-ciel. Et ben, quand vous regardez cette image-là, qu'est-ce que vous voyez? Vous voyez une situation que la personne ne peut pas, à laquelle la personne ne peut pas ne pas réagir. Pourquoi? Parce qu'elle est dans une autre réalité, qui est comme celle du rêve de la petite qui est à côté. Donc, la réalité virtuelle ou le rêve ont quelque chose en commun. Slide suivant. Le besoin de créer une réalité, c'est un besoin qui est fondamental. C'est seulement le moyen d'accès à ce qu'on va appeler une réalité. Certains utiliseront des champignons hallucinogènes, d'autres du cannabis, d'autres des transvaudous, ou alors des prières ou des transmissions. L'auteur Henri Laborie à écrire L'éloge de la fuite, où il fait l'apologie de de la fuite du réel, de la création de réalité. Slide suivant. Mais tous ces exemples que je vous donne sont des exemples mystiques ou religieux. Qu'est-ce que dit la science? Est-ce qu'en physique, par exemple, il y a une réalité qui serait là, immanente? C'est bien défini, c'est thématique, c'est clairement défini. Est-ce que il y a une réalité physique à laquelle on échappe? Eh ben non. Il y a une expérience de physique quantique qui s'appelle l'ami de Wigner et qui a été démontrée en laboratoire et qui prouve que deux réalités peuvent coexister en même temps, même si elles ne sont pas réconciliées. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que même en physique, on ne peut pas vous affirmer qu'il existe une réalité. Il y a différentes réalités. D'accord? Slide suivant. Donc, il n'existe pas une seule réalité, il existe différentes réalités. C'est simplement l'accès à ce qu'on va appeler réalité, qui va différer par nos sens, c'est une réalité personnelle. Par la société, c'est la réalité sociale, c'est le corpus que nous acceptons tous. Le cerveau, les rêves, dormants, les prières, les pratiques religieuses ou mystiques, ça va être une réalité spirituelle. Les substances psychoactives comme les drogues, les champignons et tout ça, ça fait accéder à d'autres réalités. Et maintenant, nous, on va utiliser un moyen technologique pour accéder à une forme de réalité qu'on va appeler la réalité virtuelle ou augmentée ou mixte. Donc cette petite digression que je fais, c'est pour amener à réfléchir avant tout. La technologie s'inscrit dans un contexte humain, un contexte de réflexion, même si elle produit des objets, des artefacts, mais avant tout, c'est une activité humaine et qui demande aussi qu'on prenne le temps d'y réfléchir et de comprendre ces enjeux. Là, c'était un petit voyage, c'est pour vous dire que la réalité virtuelle n'est pas seulement quelque chose pour du jeu, pour du jeu, c'est tout un corpus technologique que nous avons. Donc, il y a trois mots que je vais utiliser, la réalité virtuelle, augmentée ou mixte. La réalité virtuelle, c'est une réalité qui est accessible à travers des casques. Comme tout à l'heure, vous avez vu, c'est des gros casques qu'on met sur le visage et qui nous permettent de voir un monde numérique. Ou alors, des fois, vous pouvez être dans une salle et être entouré d'écrans dynamiques, d'écrans de télé dynamiques dans lesquels vous allez vous mouvoir. La réalité augmentée, elle est accessible plus facilement par votre téléphone mobile quand vous faites par exemple des filtres Snapchat ou quand vous jouez à des jeux comme Pokémon Go, eh ben, vous avez accès à la réalité augmentée. La réalité mixte, c'est un peu un mélange de réalité virtuelle et de réalité augmentée qui demande des lunettes spéciales et dont on parlera un peu plus tard. Suivant. La réalité virtuelle ou virtual reality en anglais, ça souvent, certains vont dire plus facilement VR, la VR. C'est une technologie qui permet de plonger une personne dans un monde artificiel qui a été créé par l'ordinateur, numériquement. Un peu ce petit film que vous voyez passer, c'est une, c'est une série qui montre une personne qui va faire des expériences de réalité virtuelle au quotidien. Et là, une fois qu'elle plonge dedans, elle peut pas faire, elle est pourtant couchée, mais elle peut pas faire la différence parce que son cerveau lui dit qu'elle est dans un autre monde et qu'elle se déplace. Ça, le suivant. Donc, la réalité augmentée, c'est une interface. Je vous ai parlé des filtres Snapchat. Euh, il faut, je demande aux techniciens le player de la vidéo, si possible. C'est possible de lancer la vidéo? Ok. Donc ça, c'est fait par Snapchat, la société Snapchat, et c'est des filtres qui permettent d'augmenter. On ajoute quelque chose dans la réalité, quelque chose qui n'existe pas. C'est pas la réalité virtuelle, vous voyez. C'est que vous voyez dehors, vous voyez ce qui se passe derrière votre caméra, mais il y a des choses qui s'inscrivent dans la caméra. Et là, on va parler de réalité augmentée. Vous voyez? Donc, la réalité mixte qui va suivre, Slide suivant. Des fois, vous allez entendre parler de spatial computing ou d'informatique immersive. Vous pouvez lancer la vidéo parce qu'elle ne démarre pas. Voilà. C'est un peu l'aboutissement de tout ça, c'est la fusion un peu du numérique et du monde réel. Vous allez pouvoir, dans la réalité mixte, agir sur des objets numériques, mais qui sont incrustés dans le monde réel, ou depuis le monde numérique, agir, pardon, depuis le monde numérique, agir sur le monde réel. La même chose. Alors, je vous laisse regarder un peu cette vidéo qui est très prometteuse si vous n'avez jamais fait l'expérience. Les lunettes qui sont utilisées sont les lunettes de Magic Leap. Et ça vous montre un peu les usages qu'on peut faire de cette technologie. On peut designer une voiture, on peut voir un cœur battre dans l'espace, comme un hologramme. Et tout ça grâce des lunettes qui sont technologiquement avancées, mais qui sont toutes simples à concevoir. Enfin, qui existent déjà, pas simples, mais qui existent. Et c'est fait par Magic Leap. Slide suivante. Alors, à force de dire réalité virtuelle, réalité augmentée, réalité mixte, ça devient lourd. Eh bien, on parle de réalité étendue ou XR. Je vous ai mis en gras le X et le R parce que, bon, au niveau marketing, apparemment, ça passait mieux de dire XR que ER. Donc, du coup, mais quand vous allez entendre parler de Extended Reality ou quand vous allez voir le sigle XR ou XR, si vous parlez anglais, c'est chapeau qui regroupe à la fois la réalité virtuelle, la réalité augmentée et la réalité mixte. Suivant. Alors, c'est parfait. Donc, les industriels ont un besoin de, de manipulation, de voir des objets pendant la création, pendant le design. Une nouvelle voiture qui va arriver sur le marché, à quoi elle va ressembler, comment seront les roues, comment on sera dedans. Eh ben, ce sont des problématiques qui peuvent être adressées par la réalité virtuelle. Sur l'immersion dans le cockpit d'un avion, sans avoir construit quoi que ce soit, eh ben, c'est quelque chose qu'on ne peut pas faire avec un écran en 2D. Donc, la réalité virtuelle va servir à manipuler des objets imaginaires. Elle va aussi servir à vérifier et à valider des concepts, des processus ou des produits avant la réalisation d'un prototype. On peut former à de nombreux métiers, c'est pour ça que j'ai accepté de parler là au Feja 4 pour faire la promotion de cette part qui est la formation au métier. Parce que, comme je vous disais en Afrique, nous avons le plus besoin de formation et de formation technique aux différents métiers. Et la réalité virtuelle peut vous permettre ça. Il y a une partie du slide que vous ne voyez pas, mais ça peut aussi servir en médecine pour soigner des phobies, par exemple. Ou alors la peur de l'avion, la peur des araignées, et ainsi de suite. Slide suivant. D'accord. On peut utiliser la réalité virtuelle pour étudier et diagnostiquer des postes de travail, voir si si la chaise ou la table qui a été mise à disposition correspond à l'individu, s'il n'y a pas des réglages particuliers à faire. Et donc aussi toutes les activités qui peuvent être dangereuses à effectuer. On peut les simuler à l'avance, entraîner les personnes qui vont entraîner les personnes qui vont y participer et les aider à être opérationnels avant d'être en production. Slide suivant. Donc les domaines d'application sont innombrables. Il y a la médecine, on en avait parlé, l'éducation, l'ingénierie, les télécoms, donc quasiment tous les domaines de la société, tous les domaines économiques peuvent être concernés, peuvent avoir leur application de réalité virtuelle. Suivant. Alors, il y a trois petites vidéos, comme on n'a pas beaucoup on a pris pas mal de temps déjà là pour commencer. La première vidéo, si vous regardez, c'est l'intervention sur une ligne à très très haute tension. Et cette ligne à haute tension, elle est, il faut, la formation à ce type de métier est très chère, très compliquée quand on doit le faire en temps réel et dangereuse parce qu'il faut monter sur des lignes. Et donc là, c'est compliqué de reproduire sans arrêt ce genre de manipulation. Et pourtant, une fois qu'on a simulé cela, eh ben, on peut se former sans danger à faire cette activité en utilisant la réalité virtuelle. Voyez un peu si on devait faire tout ça en réel. Alors, je ne sais pas si vous êtes comme moi, mais j'ai toujours eu des soucis avec les plans en 2D, les plans techniques, industriels et tout ça. Eh bien, grâce à la réalité augmentée, vous prenez votre portable, par exemple, on peut reconstruire en 3D ce que vous voyez là, un plan, et tout de suite, avec une tablette ou un portable, on peut comprendre comment ce plan 3D, le 2D, se représente en 3D. Ce qui est formidable parce que les plans 2D existent parce qu'on n'a pas d'autres moyens industriels qu'on dessine. Mais grâce à la 3D, grâce à la réalité virtuelle, bientôt peut-être que les plans d'architectes, parce que ou les plans de voitures, des plans industriels qu'on a qui des fois peuvent faire des très très grandes pages, eh ben on n'aura plus besoin. Parce que grâce à la réalité augmentée, on aura tout de suite l'objet. Ces plans, ils existent juste parce qu'on n'a pas les objets. Et bien là, on pourra directement voir à quoi ressemblent les équipements en question. La réalité mixte, voilà, peut l'utiliser pour faire des conférences virtuelles. Je peux faire venir du travail collaboratif à distance. Ce qu'on fait là en ce moment, vous me voyez parler en streaming via la caméra, mais j'aurais pu avoir des lunettes de réalité mixte. Vous m'aurez vu aussi dans la salle, devant vous, à côté, comme ils sont en train de faire en ce moment sur la vidéo, et travailler ensemble sur des projets complètement numérisés, complètement digitalisés. Voyez. Tout ça pour vous dire que ces technologies, imaginez ça euh, dans différents domaines, et imaginez le potentiel éducatif que ces technologies ont, toutes les trois. Voilà pourquoi il est vraiment important qu'on prenne conscience de leur puissance. Donc là, les exemples de réalité virtuelle dans le tourisme, dans le paysagisme, dans les musées, tout ça, c'est possible. Suivant. La réalité augmentée, on peut l'utiliser dans la vie quotidienne, ça existe déjà avec Google Street View, qui permet de naviguer la ville grâce à la réalité augmentée. On peut aussi avoir ce qu'on appelle des livres augmentés. On peut faire de l'assistance à distance. Un expert se trouve à Abidjan, il envoie un technicien à Boaké, qu'est-ce qui va se passer à ce moment-là? Eh ben, depuis Abidjan, l'expert guider le technicien qui se trouve dans une usine à Boaké, ne serait-ce qu'à travers le portable ou la tablette du, du, du technicien à Boaké. Bon, voilà. Écoutez, j'ai fait un peu pas de course. C'était, on avait 10 minutes de trop et voilà, j'ai pris voilà, 10 heures 45 ans à Genève et là, c'est bon. On va passer au panel tout à l'heure. Je vous remercie d'avoir suivi cette présentation. Tous ceux qui sont intéressés par un contact, par qui veulent poser des questions, qui ont des projets ou des interrogations, n'hésitez pas à me contacter à travers l'équipe Feja ou alors à travers des réseaux sociaux comme LinkedIn ou Facebook. Voilà. Merci beaucoup. Je vais modérer un panel tout à l'heure en anglais avec Dave Lockwood, qui est un des pionniers de la réalité virtuelle en Afrique. Il est en Afrique du Sud, c'est un Anglais qui vit là-bas depuis plusieurs années et qui a initié plusieurs projets très importants de comprendre que déjà, voilà, il y avait des choses qui se faisaient en Afrique. On n'a pas attendu 2020 pour s'y mettre. Et il y aura aussi Dragan Stiglitz qui est en Israël et qui est un très grand spécialiste qui a plusieurs brevets reconnus mondialement sur différentes technologies de cinéma, de, de réalité virtuelle aussi. Donc à trois, nous allons, malheureusement, il y a une personne qui devait être pour des raisons personnelles. Donc nous allons continuer cette discussion. Si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez les poser par chat ou par chose. Donc merci beaucoup d'avoir suivi ça. On va reprendre dans le programme ayant été un tout petit peu chahuté. On va reprendre allez, dans 5 minutes si vous ne voyez pas d'inconvénient. Je regarde je vois le Twitch là qui se passe. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions?
certainly in southern Africa. I can't speak for West Africa, but it's anticipated by in the next 140 years we will have no topsoil left south of Malawi, and that's purely due to soil erosion, which is quite a scary thing. In the A-frame example, when farmers in the workshops we were running saw in virtual reality how to build an A-frame and actually made A-frames in virtual reality, the impact was in one case where one of the farmers went home from the school where the workshop is. That evening, he actually built an A-frame and he carried it back to the workshop the next morning, which is quite interesting. These things are 3 meters high. He had a 16-kilometer walk. He carried it. He brought it back to the workshop. That was the end of the second day. The farmers were out in a field behind the school surveying that field and practicing. We had a similar when we were looking at plough settings. It's important to adjust a plough to be, depending on what kind of crop you're going to plant. Farmers weren't doing that, and we were taking the adjustment mechanism off because it was too heavy. When we addressed this issue in virtual reality, again, the next day, one of the farmers brought in his plough, and we spent a couple of hours working out how to put the adjustment system back on again. So the impacts can be immediate. This is another example where we run a project to, again, Zimbabwe, but also Mozambique and also in Senegal, where we were looking at how to build a pit latrine, in this case, a ventilated, improved pit latrine. Two issues. One, the ventilation pipe has to face the sun. In other words, in southern Africa, it has to face to the north. In West Africa, it has to face south. It needs to face the sun to make sure the air in the pipe warms up and it rises, and that draws out the bad smells from the pit. The bigger issue is when you dig the pit, you cannot break into the water table. In Zimbabwe in 2008, they had quite a major incidence of cholera in the country. And in the 5 districts where we'd worked with this pit latrine and people had gone and rebuilt them properly, there was no incidence of cholera. So the impacts of virtual reality in community development, in this case, can be huge. And the cholera outbreak, it was estimated that this project saved about 208 lives. Just moving on, our very first project we started in 2000, end of 2000. It was implemented 2002 in northern Uganda, was around basic hygiene. The impact on that project was within 12 months, the levels of dysentery in that district have dropped by 40%. So I'm sure, and this is the real Nakasa district, to give you an idea of the kind of area we were working in. The young fella on the bottom right, that is the local FM stereo radio station. He transmitted about 30 kilometers in stereo from that homemade transmitter. It's quite inspirational. With another area of moving away from community is into safety. We found it very, very impactful. If you show somebody how they're going to die and show them visually, they tend to stop making those mistakes. And it was very, very, again, extremely impactful. And the impact was the next day. Just one other project I want to mention is a project we started in 2016. It was called the Swane IDC, or Swane Interactive Digital Centre. It was one with the city of Swane, which is Pretoria. And in the centre, we had a showroom, 500 square meters, showing the technologies, high level. And we had caves, cubes, holographic systems, brought white screens. We had an academy where we were taking 50 students a year from the local technical colleges, putting them through a program of VR development, and it was an 11-month, 10 to 11-month program. At the end of the program, the students who finished, 85% were getting jobs within 3 weeks. That talks again to the Industry 4.0 digital skills gap I was talking to earlier. And the third area was a content creation studio where we were creating content to get for the local market. Moving away examples, I want to bring in some figures. We did some surveys in Uganda and South Africa 2004 with UNESCO. Out of 280 students and 32 teachers, the overall rating of using VR in learning in the classroom, 48% thought it was excellent. Sorry, 46% thought it was excellent, 48% thought it was good, and the fair and poor opinions were very, very basically marginal. So basically, the kids, the teachers were saying, please, let's do it. Asking the teachers if they were threatened by virtual reality or if they thought it was VR was a good way of teaching topics, 100% said yes. We had no teachers out of the 32 who actually thought it was a bad idea. And that's good motivation for taking VR further in education and learning. That was 2004. Moving to 2015, we did a similar survey in Ethiopia in a TVET college in Addis. Smaller sample. One question: did the VR lesson help you understand more easily? The learning content was maintenance on a diesel engine. We had 100% saying yes. Did you enjoy the VR lesson more than your normal lessons? Again, 100% said yes. How confident are you about the learning and new skills that you have received? And you can see about 70% were very confident, and the remainder were confident. There was very, very few people, that's about two or three, came out with category 3, 4, 5. Well, there's the numbers at the bottom. 15 students were very confident. The remaining 5 were confident. So again, measured impacts of VR in the learning and training environment. These are numbers. Looking at a European study, Atlas Copco, using augmented reality to train in a standard operating procedure, in this case, shank adapter change. The service technicians were learning 12 times faster compared to normal classic training in the lecture room. Operator training, oil rig operator training in this case, the learning was moving 2.7 times faster than normal training. So again, measured benefits of the application of VR in the learning and training environment. Figures from the BBC about 6 years ago, 5 years ago. 86% of students improved their exam or test results. Attention levels doubled. We know in the modern classroom, kids are not really interested because the way we teach kids is not compatible. It's textbooks and chalkboard. It's not smartphones and apps. So AR, VR, XR, this is what the kids are looking for, and bring that into the classroom. The kids are going to engage, and we're going to learn a lot more. Just to close, I've been using the word imagine to form a picture or idea in your mind of something that is not real or present. That's virtual and augmented reality. I'm not going to read out what John Lennon said in 1971 in one of his well-known songs, but I do believe we're actually scratching the tip of the iceberg in so many ways. And but there's one thing I've taken 20 years of work in Africa. It's about modernizing how we do things. It's not about westernizing. I think there's a strong sentiment that we need to move away from that model. And I think in closing, I just want to bring out a quotation by Albert Einstein. Insanity is doing the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I think it's a fairly well known saying. So we have a choice. We can either get on and make a difference and take the technology to new levels, or we can go back to down the road and have another beer. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dragon, to be online with us, and thanks to all the attendees. We are here because we were talking about virtual reality and Dave, thank you, Dragon, to be online with us, and thanks to all the attendees. We are here because we were talking about virtual reality and this is strange. Oui, il y a un problème, j'ai un retour micro. Je suis en train de l'arrêter. Oui, j'arrête là. J'avais un double retour. C'est bon. On va partir comme ça. No, no, it's fine. So, I will start by Dragon. Dragon, can you present yourself and say what you're doing in virtual reality? And after that, we'll go on what we can VR can bring to people, especially in Africa. To Dragon.
Mhm. All right. So, Mohammed, what time approximately I would have? Like about five,
Oh,
10 minutes, or
we have now about half an hour to talk a little bit. It's a panel,
all
fireside
right.
chat.
Okay, okay. So I can start introduction as you said, and then I will get back to you at the moment where I think it's fine, and then we can open this more for discussion and talk about AR XR in Africa and what is possible. Okay. Um, First, I was very impressed by Dave's presentation. It was very cool because it was going into exact examples and it was very deep. So, what I would present is more on on a wider popular level, and is kind of directing into a certain direction that I believe could be good for this new and very promising involvement of Africa that I believe can change big time the whole world scene. So let me start with a short intro. I would start sharing screen, and do you see now my screen? It's practically right now it's just three of us, and where it was for the first time you had ability to mix virtual and real worlds through cameras that were synchronized in both worlds. So using computer, you can practically put a virtual background behind the person. Um, this this became later on standard, and today, decades later, it becomes a primary way to generate production and to create three-dimensional content which involves people. So then since 90s, I did a few more concepts, patents, working in stereoscopic environments, doing animations, games, and plenty of projects. It was like probably hundreds of commercial projects, and had a few consecutive patents, out of which most important are involvement in designing different systems for collaborative work in virtual production for cinema, for presentations that are involving training and work over remote. And recently, I'm putting forward concepts that I call a reversed virtual studio, where you can be practically positioned anywhere, and using little concepts and small technology, you should be able to place a living person into any 3D environment or into any virtual video environment, and therefore be able to train, to explain, to educate people on a distance by simply putting yourself together with your content. So I can essentially see that I can most probably do this explanation over slides. Let me just see. Um, okay, so what is, just a second, I'll just open up um, short presentation so you'll have some of the visuals. All right. Um, okay. All right, right. Okay. So um, this is the eventually. Do you how clearly or how good you see my presentation? Is it maybe too small?
No, it's okay.
Yes.
You can try. We do with the means we have.
All right. So, well, essentially, it's the thing is that today it's very important that in this pandemics people are trying to reconnect, and right now we're in a position where we have to reach for completely new tools, and people really want to travel, to experience, to do things, and to talk and communicate together over a distance on uh, on a working contest. It's essentially the same thing. You want to um, work together. You want to present similar things, and essentially you would want to be in the same environment if you can, with people who are on the other side. So not just to see their face, but to see something in a context. And eventually, you should be able to see 3D content that can again be either CG or a video. And in today's mainstream, you would usually reach for using um, virtual reality, which requires very specific technology that once you put it, you would be immersed in different environments and be able to interact with people. So at the moment, these technologies are even for, I mean, for most probably great majority of people are not affordable, or at this moment people are skeptical. So there is very important bridge that is adoption of new technology, while people still don't feel that or don't know that it can resolve their problems. Kind of like you don't know if it can help you because you haven't seen it and you can't see it before you buy the technology. So there's this trade off and kind of loop that needs to be, we need to push ourselves out of it. So, in order to really do that, we should first um, consider using extended reality in a ways that doesn't requires new hardware. Meaning, um, we're working now on concepts where you can deliver similar experiences and use technology that kind of gives you extended reality over any infrastructure. So you still can use VR, you can use AR glasses, but you should also be able to use an ordinary TV set or a tablet to essentially get extended reality benefits. You would not see things stereoscopic, and you would not necessarily be completely immersed, but essentially you can be there. So the idea of this concept is to simply use real people. So you would teleport yourself into another extended reality, and you would not, I mean, in this concept, you don't need to build or use avatars. You use your own face, body, and gestures to explain things over a distance. So I have a short video that presents this concept where a person is placed inside a 3D, um, and essentially you can then explain things for education, for training, for remote service maintenance and repair, kind of as if you are really there on the location. So I would call up the video. Not sure if you know how much of it. Video maybe I would not be able to play, but is there a possibility to um, forward the link into a chat or something? Because I don't believe I can play
You,
the video
you,
behind
you,
myself.
it's not a problem. At the end, we'll send the link. We'll put the
All right.
link online,
Tool. All right.
and people will
Okay.
be able to use it.
I got it. All right. So in in um, in broad terms, I can give you an impression through still images. So, as you see on the left top example, so person can be in a different location. So, I really don't need to be in a big studio, chroma key green. I can be placed in a simple room and then be kind of teleported to another location. There's another concept here right behind me, which is um, additional things. So you you are able essentially through a marking technology to place digital object in your space. So while you are holding an object, a plate with the marker, you are able to maneuver, navigate, and direct a digital content right in front of you. So people who are seeing the presentation are able to see these digital visuals right next to you. So this is a second procedure. So either you as a person go into 3D or you bring 3D to yourself. It's all through extended reality technologies. So here it was, for example, on bottom right, it was demonstrated that while you are holding a simple cardboard with a picture, to other side, to viewers, you are presenting nanotechnology printing process, which is, so you are kind of using it as an educational and presentational tool to explain something which is actually invisible. So this is the essence of this concept. So that's very short about what that means, and its usage is really for many applications. And I do believe that this can be a link um, for many people that at the moment do not want or can't afford a VR headset, which can be priced from 300 to $9,000. So to bridge this gap from just simple Zoom to having a few $100 headset, first we have to bring people into solutions that allow them to solve their communication problems without having to invest too much money in the beginning. And I do believe that this can be a very good solution for Africa so that people with the simple concepts and really minimal tools and even without technological gadgets should be able to participate in complex 3D content or 3D video presentations on a long distance. So if you have 3G, 4G, and webcam and specific software, you should be able to join extended reality evolution going on right now. So this is my closure of what I believe
Yeah.
can be a good solution. And let's go back to discussion panel and everything else that you wanted. So I would stop my okay, you did it. I'll stopping my screen share, and
Mhm.
it's now turn for you to direct the conversation. Thank you
This
for
is.
listening.
Thank you very much, Dragon. This is very interesting because you ju- you just not only talking about the tech, but also the price, the accessibility, and the simplicity of the thing. So I'm very happy because the most of the time in VR or AR presentation or conferences, we're always talking about the headset, the device, etc. And
Right.
it makes people think the same way. VR, AR, etc. are all about tech, new tech, expensive hardware. But what you are bringing here is an affordable way to access to extended reality or mixed reality in a way people who don't have the means or the money for things they can do it. Really, really interesting. I don't know if Dave is still online. Dave, hello. Yeah, Dave. Did
Hey, Dave.
did you see what Dragon show here, Dave?
Yes, I
The
did.
mic. Okay, what do you
There's
think
not.
about that? Mhm. It's powerful, right?
I think it's very powerful. I like Dragon's awareness of cost constraints. Expensive VR systems in the African environment is a big no, especially now that many of our economies tried over the last 9 months with the COVID lockdowns. So
Mhm.
it needs effective solutions. There are small people who can afford the higher end headset technology. But, in general, it's just not a possibility. So low cost solutions are really the way to go. Um,
Right.
and I was quite pleased that Dragons he raised the as an issue.
Okay. And see, Dave, on your from on your side, we have all the mean we want. For example, in Africa, you get an unlimited budget for what you want to do in VR. What will you where will you start, or where will you go from now? If it's
Um,
not,
well, thank you very much for the kind offer. We'll take it with gratitude. Um, the low hanging fruit is definitely education. We have a huge skills problem, and I think VR, AR, MR, XR, all the various R's, it just won't make a difference. It will transform skills development and knowledge development in Africa. And one of the largest problems we have is trying to teach people in European languages. Um, it is a huge problem. And VR being visual overcomes those barriers straight away. It also overcomes language problems. Um, just a minute. The second area I would consider is around the virtual conferencing, which obviates a lot of the need to travel to meetings. And coming out of the COVID crisis, where people across the world have now moved into the virtual meeting space with happiness, taking that to a new level, moving away from Zoom and sharing screens to sharing avatars and making it more personal. I think that's also got huge potential. Possibly the third area is using the technology to show Africa and take Africa and African stories into the rest of the world, and particularly taking African stories into Europe and North America and Asia. We've seen African stories have been taken over time. There's the classic example we all talk about is Lion King, the film. That was a very old traditional African story. It was taken by Disney and commercialized, but Africa got nothing back from that story. It was monetized by Disney, paid a lot of money out of it. We can start using the technology to get those stories into the rest of the world, and as a way of creating wealth, local wealth, not in Walt Disney's bank account. So I think that's another area as well. So three
okay,
areas:
thank you. Education,
education,
collaboration,
and
storytelling.
education, virtual meetings, and telling the stories.
Okay. And you, Dragon, on your side, well, what are the main domain you think VR should be used, and not only in Africa, but actually, what is the main things the extra technology can bring to the world? And
Right. So um, I think I would agree with Dave that definitely education would be first, and also across the world. I mean, you have this paradigm where um, kids are today on daily basis playing very intense games, looking at very rich visuals, videos, and once they go to school, they're exposed to a 17th century Victorian type of school where just using a blackboard and the chalk. So of course they would be bored, and there will be no retention, and so this thing really has to move. And for that matter, we we get teachers on the board to be able to use things that should not require them to be technologically savvy, but something that is really simple to use, and then to have ability to offer them content, like how they can choose or take content. And really, today, these things um, um, become become available using, for example, Sketchfab, which is
Mhm.
real-time 3D object repository. Any teacher in the world um, can bring to kids incredible archaeological locations or any kind of object he wants to explain. It should be, I mean, we should be talking about building a 3D repository of processes and things that the teacher can explain from anywhere. They should be widely available. I mean, knowledge should not be monopolized in any way, and everybody should have access to how molecules are assembled, to see process of hydrogen um, chemical reaction on the sun. All these things should be created and put out open for everybody to see. So on one side,
Mhm.
you should be able to use that to absorb this knowledge visually, like what Dave said, um, and for Africa and for many countries where not everybody knows English, you would put your helmet or just look at the screen and be able to absorb through animated 3D visuals what's going on. And visuals bring explanations without language barriers. You just understand it, and it's possible. And it's possible.
Mhm.
I'm for decades creating movies that need almost no explanation. Like if you need to start explaining, then you're not really doing good with visuals. Kind of same as with the movies. You never really
Yeah,
explain everything with. Go ahead.
it's not about the education of the educators. The teacher actually, I don't think that in the way they are trained or they have been they are themselves being trained. There is nothing about the digital in the nothing. I exaggerate, but it's not the teacher are not aware about the existing tech, so they
Right.
couldn't bring Sketchfab or whatever inside the classroom because as
Right.
you were mentioning the Victorian school, and this is the I think the worst part of the education actually in the world because we still stuck in this Victorian style of school, and nothing will come up from there if we don't start to educate the professors, the teachers, to use in a smart way this technology. I think that Dave had something to say. Dave, you raise your hand.
Yeah, well, I wasn't so much raising my hand. I was putting my thumb up to indicate
Okay,
agree.
so
Give me a
but
second.
Right.
yeah,
I was going to raise the
Dave,
same issue. Yeah.
okay. I have a question for you about the specific field of the content in Africa.
Hmm.
Uh, if, for example, where should we start if we want to do something in common from Kenya to Dakar to Senegal to from Ivory Coast? Is it a way? Is it something you or you heard about? What could be the starting point of a global repository of African asset in extended reality?
Um,
It makes sense to do it to share the mass, to share the landscape, to share something. It makes sense for you. There is something like that you know about.
There's a project we're working on. Nothing like that exists. There are commercial platforms with shared content. One platform I know of costs $49,000 for 1,000 students access per year, um, which is basically unaffordable. Um, it's something we're looking at is to build a shared platform based on open source principles, whereby we build a network, a community across Africa of people who can create content. It needs to be very sure it's sound from a pedagogy, good content, and community, a network of people building content and sharing with content, and it's content that conforms to the CAPS curricula, the Cambridge system, whichever curricula is active in around Africa, the various curriculums, but building that content to address STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but also the arts as well. And that's a concept we're busy building and busy looking at how to take it forward. Um, and we're busy with that as we speak. And then that's probably a very, very good way to build a library of content. Um, if you look at all the school subjects and all the various age levels, you're looking at thousands, if not tens of thousands of pieces of content to build that portal, that library, which is very comprehensive. It's going to take a network of 1,000, even 10,000 people, and probably take 5 years to build it. But if it's open source content, then people can take it, modify it, adapt it, use it as they want, put it back as a new version, and that is the way to go. And thank you very much for your offer of unlimited funding. And that's one area I would offer apply.
This is very. This is the power of virtual reality, Dave. You should put put down your virtual headset, because there is no world where you get an unlimited budget, only in virtual reality. So you are now living in a virtual world.
Been living in the virtual
Right.
world for the last 20 years. So
Yeah, yeah. And my next question for you, Dragon, about um, how actually you see the coming years in terms of development for the hardware. You think that we are moving forward affordable headset in the coming years, where people would be able to use it massively, or we have to wait for a very long time?
Right. So I think that we have now an ongoing evolution of VR hardware, which are better and better headsets, which have better and better resolution. Um, m- my personal, I mean, my own knowledge and conviction is that the real secret of how human eye brains sees reality is still yet to be discovered. So VR headsets are just a step on that way, significant one, probably in a much bigger step than what we did in 90s. You know, in 90s there was also virtual reality. There was also a hype and a belief. And if you are really true to the truth, and not kind of, if you can separate yourself from desire to make money, which big high tech companies and manufacturers of course want to do. But then if you are really seeing the main issue is that there's still a problem of people being immersed in 3D, as your brain still has partially rejection of what you're seeing. So my belief is that as helmets try to reach this peak, trying to figure out what is better, and we will still be linked to this concept, where you feed the left picture to the left eye, right picture to the right eye, which comes from um, 1832. So once technological peak is reached and we're still not convincing people that you can use this more than 40 minutes, we will reconsider it. I hope this will happen earlier. The future really is in display systems, in cinema screens, big screens, monitors that give your eyes 3D visuals without the need to have a helmet. So you can be partially immersed. You will still be comfortable being in your own world, but you will have a window into a different world. Being immersed um, means really being there. So it has advantages, but also has consequences. So these two are not really balanced. And on that road to better XR, VR, MR, we would need for every specific application to balance what do you use. So VR can be very exciting when you are immersed, but it generates a lot of additional issues. Like what Murphy says, every solution breeds new problems, and we have to be aware of them. So if we kind of remove the hype away, then there's some logical progress that we're going to see. So headsets are going to be better and better, but then companies will see that for true social experience, you need screens. We'll go
Mhm.
back to 3D screens that will be better. There will be laser projections in 3D. Technology, in that sense, should become cheaper, and you should be able to
Mhm.
get a monitor that allows not only you, but another three people or the entire classroom um, to see things in 3D. So, not
Mhm.
necessarily you need to look behind you and see the same thing, but in front of you, you know that you have another world in three dimensions that you can understand and be part of. So that will
Great.
be the future.
Okay. Dave, thank you very much, Dragan. We'll try to close the discussion. Dave, if someone wants to start something, virtual reality, augmented reality, can you tell us what kind of tools, affordable tools, I mean, they can use, and also if they want to be in touch with you on your research, actually, is there a way to do it? Are you looking for partnership in Africa or elsewhere? First the tools, second the partnership, etc.
Okay, first on the tools, and I think this is a global thing. A lot of people are moving across to. I'm the name of the tools now. Mine's gone blank. Um, there are two tools. Oh, good heavens! I cannot think of the names. I think I'm getting old. But the two well known, the two most Unreal,
Unity and
Unity,
Unreal, or
Unity and Unreal. Yeah. The way the
Mhm.
licensing Unity's got a simplified, low cost version. If you want to use the more advanced ideas, then it involves a large amount of money, and Unreal's
Mm-hmm.
model is in a different way, where use the engine, create content, and anything over a certain amount of money, um,
Mm-hmm.
agree to contribute that a percentage of that money to Unreal, which is also a good model. But also,
Mm-hmm.
we've come across two or three open source tools. And when I say we, guys on my team, but open
Mm-hmm.
source tools are starting to come through quite nicely, and that's
Mm-hmm.
been a 20-year desire. And they're starting to become usable in the last year or two. So the open source is possibly for somebody who wants to start out is a good way to go. And there's two or three choices of which ones to use. And of course, if somebody's clever, um, clever in terms of coding, they can actually contribute to the development of that engine because it's open
Mm-hmm.
source. So that's
Okay.
possibly a good way to. Again, that's a global issue. In terms of
Mm-hmm.
partnership relationships, um,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that there is no ways any one single organisation, ourselves included, can change the world. The only way to do it is to
Okay.
work together. So yes,
Cool.
anybody starts a discussion, we obviously that's part of the game. This is about changing the world, and you can't do it as an individual. Some
Okay.
people haven't, but
We we have to
in
close.
general,
Uh-huh.
collaboration. So
Mm-hmm.
yes,
We have to give back the platform. I'm really grateful to both Dave and Dragon. Thank you very much for for your kindness, for being with us, and greatly appreciate. And yeah, let's keep in touch and see maybe in the real life we will have the chance to meet or with Bob, for example. And
sure.
so thank you very much. Have a great day. And yeah, we're giving back the channel for the other speakers. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. A good weekend. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Have a great
Dragon, nice
weekend.
to meet you. Bye.
Nice meeting you,
Mhm.
Dave. We'll connect. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Festival of Electronics and Video Games. And my name is Dennis. Feja. I will be presenting about video games and education. Yeah. So, so who am I? I am a game designer. I have been a student of game design for a while, just learning the ropes from having different mentors around. And I'm based in Nairobi, Kenya. But previously, I started off as an engineer and also as an animator. That's my background. But because of the love of games, I have been consistently following through my educational life. And that's why we are here so far. And I have worked on two games. One, a virtual game, which is Downstream. A virtual game, which is the Hamster Run. This was based off the Havoc game engine, and then the Downstream, which is a board game that teaches people about using water at home and understanding of the water resources around them. And I teach animation and games. So now we'll be delving into talking about a bit about the Create Tech Lab, which is a partnership between Rubica um, and ADMI. And ADMI has been present in Kenya for quite some time, since 2016, and has been able to give in quite a number of students. And so what has happened is that we partnered with Rubica to be able to bring in a new course in game design and development, which has not been there in the country. It's the only school that is providing this in Eastern Central Africa. And and then after this, there's an incubation program of 6 months for animation, and also a couple of partnerships that have come up that would give our students an opportunity to have indie spaces where they can be able to work off from and start their journey as game designers. So let me delve now further into a bit now the history of ADMI. So it's a creative media and technology school that basically offers practical courses. Everything is practical oriented. Nothing is just left to chance in terms of um, not just being theoretical all the way through, but it's always going to be practical. So the ones that we do have that we've been very well known for is film and TV production. Then now comes in the Rubica game design and development with also the 2D animation. Then we also have animation and motion graphics. We also have digital media, which is traditionally known as journalism and multimedia. Then you have music production and sound production, and graphic design, and photography, and multimedia design. Yep. Next slide. So it's a Pan-African institution where we have students from 21 countries within Africa, and just being housed within the Nairobi campus. And currently, before COVID hit, we had about 500 students on site. And so right now we are having more of blended classes, where we have some of them online and others physically in school. And we have a unique learn and work model, which incorporates highly technical training that is with the industry experts, people who are actually working within the industry, and then which would also give them the opportunity to work in for industry exposure, and give them internships. And also we have a special unit which we call Career Launchpad, where it focuses largely on the soft skills of the students, such that not only do they come out having the technical know-how of being able to do what they need to to do or what they're employed to do, but over and above that, they have good interpersonal skills and things that make it easy for somebody to work with them, and those soft skills are really necessary. So some of the achievements that have been there is that our students have worked on Sense8, an award-winning TV series. They've also worked on Watu Wote, which was an Oscar-nominated short film. And we've also had on 2 years, 2017, 2018, we've had our students in the Adobe Design Achievement Awards, and where they were second runner-ups. Then comes in Rubica. Rubica has 30 years experience. Since 1988, it has been training people in animation and in games development. And so they've been teaching a lot of these skills professionally, and it has enabled them to be the main reference when it comes to animation, video games, and also in design within the country. And they still consistently are doing so and producing more and more persons. So they mainly have 3 courses. They also have they have a degree level and master's level for animation, games, and also on design. Next slide. They also have an interesting simple model where it supports their students in their creative vocation, turning their passion into profession. This was something that was interesting when they were working on the partnership. All that they had been looking at so far, that was ADMI and Rubica. What they were looking at so far was more of the content, how are we able to, what are the students going to learn, what are the courses being offered. The time they were actually signing the MOU is when they realized that they have the same slogan. ADMI slogan is turning passion into turning passion into a profession, while for Rubica, it's to turn their passion into profession of the future. So it was very interesting that we got a very good ground that the two of them merged on such a basis, and that shows the kind of quality now that was being brought up to. And also now, historically, Rubica has always been adept in changing up their courses consistently. That is up to date with what is happening within the market. So, like for instance, in Kenya, when they realized that we have game developers, but we needed the formal education for it, then now they tweaked what they have been having such that it may be able to cater for our market without compromise in quality, and yet up to date with what is needed in the African continent. Next slide. So some of the achievements that they've had is several awards, with the Bolt Connection, which was catered as Best Animation, and Anarcute, which was the Best Student Game based on Unity, and then there's Sameja, that was a student, also a student animation. Next slide. So let's now delve into the course itself. What is it within the Rubica Game Development Design course itself, and the merger, and what it is that it gave birth to. So the course itself is a Rubica Video Game Design and Development course. It's a 3-year progressive degree, where the first year is taken as a certificate, the second year a diploma, and the third year as a degree. Each and every time that you're going through the years, in addition, you'll have an attachment experience at the end of each year. And what this does is that it enables a student to directly delve into the work environment with what they have learned, such that they don't just wait 2-3 years of just training and then now they go and try and implement them, but they immediately get to implement them as they go ahead. It will also give them the practical skills that they need to be able to meet the global demand for skilled video game developers. Next slide. So how was this course developed? Well, the first thing is that we had a market study, and that was to such that went to that was targeting Africa as in whole. And why this was necessary was so that we could be able to understand the specific needs that needed to come into the course itself. And then after that, that's when we brought in experts now from Rubica, to who helped in curating the course itself. And as you can see, the one of them is there. He's called Ian, the cleric. He was one of the. He's been our support. He's been our support throughout this entire process. So he has 20 plus years of experience as a game designer. He's worked on at Ubisoft, where he developed Rayman 2 and Batman Shutsu. He has quite a bit of knowledge, and he's also been teaching the same, and not only in France, Valenciennes, but he was also teaching in Rubica, India. And currently he is the international program manager for the satellite campuses for Rubica. So what are the core ingredients that make this program amazing? One is that it was tailored to the local market. Firstly, we get to realize that in Africa, we are mostly mobile oriented. That's where most people are using and playing their games, and that's what is affordable. And so even the course itself has been generally geared towards development of mobile phone compatible games. But and essentially, that's the optimization bit of it. However, these skills that are being used they are skills that are transferable across, whether it's going to be on web or on console or on PC. They're easily adapted because they understand what needs the requirements for each and every particular item. Then it's fully project oriented, and then we have talented trainers who are there. So in addition to just having Ian as part of our support services, even the lecturers who are in also are they are developers themselves, and they have been doing they have been doing their own development of games, and have so far been successful in their work. And that now combines what I mentioned about yeah, working with people who completely understand what it is that they're doing, and it's not just theoretical, it's practical. Oh yeah, and then the interesting thing about the core ingredient is that we don't have homework. Yeah. Then so the coursework. The coursework has been divided into the core categories that are needed specifically for any game design individual. And the curation of this is so that somebody may be able to fully do their own work even as an independent developer. So we have them doing game design, level design, yes, which is a subset of game design. They also do game programming, and they also do game art, sound design, and project management. And so the game art here is just on the beginning level. It's not going to be too detailed because we don't have time for it to be completely done. But the core thing is, if you can be able to understand what are the things that are needed to make the game, then it's going to be very easy for them to work with other people across departments, which we are currently working on, to make sure that there is a seamless integration of the artistic skills that are ready. Then we have Andrew Atiani, who's a student, and he's a passionate game developer who wants to, try and capture the African culture just to preserve our heritage. Next. So herein I will delve into Game Design 101. So start of the next presentation. This is just going to be a sample for you to get to see how it is that we run things within the school. Okay. So firstly, we begin with what is game design. It's the implementation of a story or a game idea into a playable form. So a game designer's main idea is, first thing is what is the idea that you have to do at the moment? What do you want to portray? What do you want to what do you want the game to be about? Once that is done, now the game designer's work begins to try and break things down into manageable levels of understanding, into breaking down into rewards, into challenges, into the characters who are going to carry the day, what kind of enemies are you going to have, what platforms are you going to work on, what puzzles are going to be necessary. Even to an extent, we get to now start getting to look at what would be the best way of interaction for the player. Is it going to be what's the focus first? Is it going to be on mobile? Is it going to be on console? And what's it going to be on PC? And then it helps us be able to make the choices that are necessary and relevant to be able to start off um, the journey of making the game itself. Next slide. How do we do this? So you first of all define the gameplay experience. That's the main thing that you're always doing as a game designer. You're making sure that the experience of the person who is playing the game is either fun, either somebody is going to be frustrated, whether they're going to be happy, whether they're going to fall in love, whether they're going to be in tears, or they're going to be really, really angry. And all this is just because of how your play experience is. So, and this comes in the choices of the persons you are going to have as your obstacles, your enemies. How is it going to be a very compelling game, or is it going to be like the journey? When you're playing journey, it's so smooth, just the flowing of the scarf there, and when it's going on the wind, it's very mellow, and you're constantly just thinking about the world that it's giving you. Really makes the experience amazing for you. It already gives you a mindset that this is an amazing place. It's different from anything that you've seen before. And that's the experience that you want to create. Next slide. So now, what is gameplay? Now, gameplay is how the player interacts with the game world. Okay? And in this case, each person there, and this is made between the connection between the plot of the story. What is the story about? What are we talking about? What is this story going to, what's going to unfold in this story? um, so here you usually would choose a particular character who's coming on board. What are their motivations? What do they want to do? What is the theme? What is the idea that you want to push across? So once you understand what the motivation of your character is, then you give them objectives for them to achieve. So if, let's say, you're going to make a game about serving people food, for instance, and that's the joy and that's the passion of what you really, really want to do. So then you'd come up with a plot. Why does this person, you have to have a backstory, why does this person want to love food so much? Maybe it's what saved their life, for instance. And then you have to give them objectives. So how do you become a good cook? Or if you are supposed to own a restaurant, then how do you go about it? You need to serve your guests, so you need to give them objectives. That, okay, so you need to put up your skill level, you need to know your ingredients, you need to know how to combine different things so that somebody may be able to see and understand it. And then now you start giving them challenges. So you give them an objective, like you need to serve 5 customers within the next 5 minutes. Now that's a challenge. The challenge in this case was the 5 minutes. Okay, the objective was to serve customers, but once you add the challenge that you need to do it within a certain amount of a duration of time, then now it becomes a challenge. See, so now now it's upon now the player to try and figure out, how am I going to quickly serve all these people, get the right orders, and all. And then even when you're doing these challenges, you have rules that need to be observed, and these rules are broken down into one, that you can't probably you can't put let me see a food example. For instance, we know that we should have fruits 30 minutes before, and either eating, or 30 minutes or an hour after eating. So in this case, that could be one of the rules, that you cannot serve a customer fruits fast if your game is also, what is the objective of the game? Is it about healthy eating? That's another thing. If it's about healthy eating, then you'd have to follow some of the rules, and one of the rules is you need to eat first your fruits 30 minutes before, and then then you serve the main course, and then whatever dessert there is. So that could be a rule. So you need to figure out those rules that somebody needs to work on. And then the mechanics. Now the mechanics in this case are how the logical states that interact with, that give an opportunity for a change to happen in the game system. Okay, and in short, it's being able to perform your actions, the necessary actions for you to obtain your objectives and your goals. Next slide. Now, as a game designer, there is a big dance that you always have to work on, and this dance is called flow. Why? Because we need to make sure that somebody is consistently inspired to actually want to continue playing the game. And to do this, you have to look at the skill level that somebody is going, and that if you look at that graph down there, you can see the skills. As you're beginning any game, your skills are zero; they're non-existent. But as you continue with time, your skills get better. And the same thing, you need to also, the challenges also become greater and greater, just like a child. The first time, all they're just doing is just suckling and sleeping, and then as they continue, they start facing challenges of them wanting to talk, them wanting to teeth, wanting to sit down, wanting to crawl, and then finally they can be able to walk and run. And all of this are just according to the skills that they are learning slowly by slowly. And then 1 year down the line, the child can now walk, play with other kids, be able to communicate effectively, and that also will give them the anticipation of wanting to continue. Okay, what's next? And you all know how you all felt when you had that you need, before you are able to drive, you need to get your ID, your driving license and stuff. That it was an incentive for you to want to get older. So similarly, that's the same thing here. Looking at the skills that you have been learning and looking at the challenges that you are experiencing, then you have to find that channel that you're seeing there, that flow channel that's there. Because if your skill set is very low, and we give you something very challenging, you become very anxious, and then you cannot be able to function. You don't know what to do, and then all of a sudden you can get bored and frustrated. Actually, the frustration is when you have very low skill sets, and then you're already being challenged on very high, really big things. I had an incident where I asked the parent, uh, someone who was 4 classes ahead of me. This was back in primary school, where a senior student came into our class, and then he gave us this math problem for divisions, and we had only done division of up to two digits, like 14, 48, 99 and such. But he came and gave us one for 5. We're like, what is this? This is crazy. Like, how do you even do this? We didn't understand it. So, and then that's when he took us through it, that's when you got to understand. But initially, you are all frustrated and anxious. So, same thing. You need to level out your challenges together with the skill sets, such that somebody may always feel that, no, actually my skill set is okay with this challenge and I want to continue. What's the next challenging thing? Will I be able to make it? Can I be able to do this? That's the thing, and that's how you exercise flow. And that is a very key dance when it comes to game design. Like, if anything, if this entire talk you cannot remember anything, this is one thing that you need to remember: being able to match the challenges that you're giving a player with the skill sets that they should have learned by the time they're getting into contact with those challenges. Next slide. game mechanics. This is what I had mentioned before. This is an action that changes the logical state of a game and affects the game system. And this can be several things, from even just taking turns when you're playing the game, the turn-based games where, you play your part first and then the other person plays next. All this is now a good example of, just like when you're playing, so an example would be like Monopoly. But then the other thing is, how in Monopoly, how actually are you going to play the game? So, and what's going to change the game state? So I have a pawn and it's on the table, and I want to move the spaces. I need to change the logical state of the game, and the only thing that is available to me is a random dice. Okay, so I just take the dice, and roll it out, and whatever I get, I move to that number, and then I know what's going to be my next fate. Okay, so that's an example of a the action that changes the logical state of a game, and then now it invokes something to happen in the game system for it to accept something new. Then another example is capture and eliminate. All you know is that you either need to capture someone, like when you're playing tag on the physical game, where when you need to tag someone, you need to run after them and capture them. That's one thing, and you have won just by you capturing that person. The game state again has changed to a point of victory. Okay, then there's a point of eliminate. When you're playing Call of Duty and you have an enemy appear in front of you, and you take your sniping rifle or your gun and you shoot them, and then immediately you get to eliminate them. And that game state again has changed by you, one, picking up the gun, two, pressing on the trigger, and then eventually the person getting eliminated. You still get the points for that, or you get the kill shot for that. Bidding in an auction. When an auction is being called out, you would end up having to give in the amount that you want to purchase the item for, and then so you're already changing, and every time somebody bids, the price goes higher and higher and higher up until there's a plateau. So all these are changing states. Racing the clock, just like the example that I gave with the food, that you need to do it within 5 minutes. There's a clock, there's a time, that is the duration that you need to complete the action within, and that in itself is what is a mechanic to incentivize you to make an action and to do it within a certain amount of time. Yeah. Next time. So let's look at the game mechanics of Tetris. I don't know, if with what I mentioned so far, can you take a guess of some of the items that are there that would be in the matrix? Right, so just go ahead. So one of them is the rotational system. Remember, when you're playing Tetris, you wanted to keep on rotating the block so that it can be able to fit within certain places, right? So there is a rotational system that will change the mechanics towards it. Then there is a randomizer. You don't know which block is going to come in next. They just show you the immediate one, but you don't know what's going to come after the one that you're getting to see on screen. So you have to then it would be a bit interesting to try and figure out, okay, so what's next, where do I put this so that I can be able to make that straight row work. Then there's a scoring system. For each time that an entire row is done, you get some marks for it. Okay, and then you also have the mobility, being able to push the block to the left, to the right. You can even accelerate it coming down, but unfortunately you can't take it back up. Then there is one more that I have not mentioned here. Any guess? And I've mentioned it severally in the previous one. If you said time, yes, time is also another mechanic, because in this case we have a duration of time that you need to do it within, and you get an additional score until you move to the next level, and then you can be able to experience a much faster based Tetris game. Yeah, next slide. Okay, So with this in mind, we now start looking at the type of game designers. So we have there are quite a number, as you can get to see, and the reason is because they have specialities in different things. Okay, and so for example, here we have the lead designer, who is the one who just takes charge and guides the direction. This is the one who goes ahead and sees, keeps the vision and keeps the direction that people are going, the entire team is going to be at. Level designers actually come up with the challenges to a meager level of a of a level, looking at the challenges, the obstacles, where are you going to put them? Can our character jump this far? Can they be able to accomplish this level with this number of bullets? Can they be able to serve this number of people with this amount of time and with this amount of food and such? Then there's a content designer. This is what comes in within the game, whether it's a new game, or maybe what you find in the menus. That's one part. Then secondly, there are others who come up with maybe the lore of the game, where you're being told the backstory of a character, and they end up writing even the dialogue that the character is going to have. Then we have the technical designer. These are the systems designer, checking and making sure that everything in the back end is actually working together. They work together with the with the game programmers. They really assist one another in being able to tackle the systemic issues that may happen at the background when they're coming up and designing different mechanics for experiences that you'll be having. Then there's a UI UX designer, the interface that you get to see. How good is it being done? How easy is it for you to flow from one thing to the next? How easy is it for you to understand the different parts of the components? Can you be able to identify a coin from a treasure chest? Can you be able to identify this, this knife over this gun, so that it can give you the feedback that you require to know that you're progressing in the game? Then they have the senior designer, junior designers. This again, they kind of support. They're in support with the lead designers, and usually would kind of help in giving some a direction when they're actually designing the components of the game that are to be. Then there is game design. Then there's a game designer, and then there's uh, uh, the next one. So go on to the next slide. So here's an interesting fact that you did not know. And designers are team whisperers. What that means is they are the ones who gel the entire team together. Other than them just having a goal and a vision of how the entire project is to be, they know the idea behind the game, but they try and inspire each and every person within the pipeline, from the sound designers to the level designers to the artists, because they need to build elements that are going to be put in the game such that it will make the world come to life and become real. Without them, without the game designer, game will work. It is actually true. You can actually make a game without being a game designer. But I will tell you for a fact, it will always be missing in something. For instance, for myself, when I got into the Intel Game Challenge in 2013, that was in here, we were given a 3 months training. And what happened is that we got to see different people. We had a competition between 75 people, like getting to see what can we be able to make within 3 months with the knowledge that you're having about the Havoc gaming engine. So what happened is, many people came up with games. The sample templates that were there they were really amazing. People were able to understand them and make them and complete the games. But the one thing that most of the games were lacking on was the game design element. They hadn't thought through about how a character would, how the game would be inspiring to other people, how to make it effective, and balance out the challenges and make it amazing. And that's why, for me, I ended up becoming part of the top 10, and when presenting at least my game, and all the judges were all talking about how interesting my game was, that it was just something pleasant. And when I tested it out with different people, that yes, I was a solo developer for the game, but when I was testing out with people, who even don't play games, people who play games and people who don't play games, the one thing that they all said is that how they felt very calm after playing the game. And even when they were playing the game, it was calm, despite the fact that it was in a horrifying-ish kind of setting. And just because of the choices that I made when I was putting together that character, and that's the exact feeling that I wanted people to have, and it was. So it's so game designers are team whisperers who assist in making sure that the project actually comes to pass in the best possible. Next slide. So the key thing about being a game designer is that they are good communicators, and they are also the glue of the team. And how do we communicate? Next slide. We usually come up with they document the entire process, and this is by use of the game design document. And this document becomes the Bible of your entire game. It contains all the necessary information that is needed for you to develop your game from beginning to the end. And of course, as for those of us who are independent developers, you may not have the luxury of being able to make a very detailed and complete document, because at times, especially when it comes to some of the tools that you may need even to craft and all, because some of them are just left out to the high-end games, game companies. So but just with this, which just the game design document usually contains the artistic information. How do we want this game to look like? And then secondly, what are the core game features? What are the mechanics that are going to be involved? How mechanics going to be involved? What's the scoring system? How do we what does the UI UX look like? So that is all contained in here, and even the description of what is going to go into the sound. And you can already tell from just that document, you can be able to guide these different people on how they're going to make the different assets that they need to make that work. And that's why they become the glue of the whole thing. Next. So how do you become a game designer? And that's the thing. So now I've at least painted a picture of the various game design aspects that they are, and what goes into the mind of a game designer. And now, how do you actually hone your skills, or push yourself to become a good game designer? And here are some thoughts that I have in mind. Next slide. So one of them is, look at the real world scenarios around you. Be present in your world. Get to see how things are being done around you, because when you check out the world around you, it already has some set of rules. I've just given an example of an experience a child goes through. They will not be able to eat for when they are just born. They can't be able to eat. Why? The rule is, for you to eat, you need to have teeth. If you don't have teeth, then you cannot chew on food. So such are some of the rules that you'll get to go through. So study the world around you. Just don't go through just life just there, but be observant. Look at the regulations. Like right now with the whole of COVID, that one of the rules is you cannot get out of the house, or and go to a public area without a mask. You need to have that. You need to sanitize your hands regularly. That's what's happening. And this already gives you an opportunity to even create a game around it, because you understand. So when I started reading the book of Lenses by Jesse Shell, one thing that you'll understand is that you need to know, as a game designer, you need to know a little bit about everything. You don't have to be a master at it. You just need to know a little bit about it. Why? Because with that in mind, that experience will give you something on edge that will guide your game design skills. You now have an additional tool that you can be able to use just by observing. As you know, previously before COVID, the masks were only, being used by surgeons or people who visited your country and are uncomfortable, maybe because of the pollution levels that they may be, and you find them wearing masks, or they want to, hide something on their face or something. So in all of this, but now you've seen that it has become different, whereby it can actually be part of a game, where you've seen all this, come across some of these animations where they're showing the COVID virus trying to come and get into your nostrils or into your mouth, but it ends up hanging on your mask. But then, okay, so you're protected so far, but is it over? You're still going to go home and you're still going to put that mask down. So what are you going to do next? If you wear that mask the opposite side, the virus gets in. If you don't wash it when you get home, the virus gets in. So you see, those are just examples. That's something else now that you've added into your plethora of a library of game design rules that you can be able to put. Even if it's not directly, some of them can be implied. Another thing is to play games. Play games, multiple games. Currently, I think I have over 8 different games on my phone. Each and every time I'm testing out on something else, so that I may be able to see, okay, what is this person doing? How did they do that? What did they do here? And all. And that, what that does, again, it still builds up my library of information that I can be able to draw up whenever I want to make another game. And that's what and that's core within ADMI classes, where the students always constantly have to play a game, and not less than an hour every week, such that they may be able to learn from it and have an experience that will change their idea of how they're going to approach making a game. And then also break them down, and don't only just play the good ones, not only the AAA ones. Look at the ones that are done by independent developers. There's some really amazing games, that are really great. But you have to test them out. People are experimenting and looking for ways to entertain, and this would be very interesting for you. So explore and explore much more. Next. Yes, the next thing, level up. Start developing a game. Now that you've been learning from all these experiences with all these things around you, and you're playing those games and you're looking at the world around you, level up. Take a pen and a paper. Try and make something out of it. Try and make your own Dungeons and Dragons. Test games. Go ahead and ask people. You hear somebody doing some beta testing for a game, go ahead, go in, get to understand how these games are working. Are they broken? If they are broken, you now give constructive criticism. There's nothing as bad as criticism that is not helpful. Like, you just need to know how to give constructive criticism, such that you're not only going to give somebody a chance for them to improve on their game, but you'll also have the experience of knowing how to communicate with other people. If you're always just coming up with unconstructive criticism, people don't want you around. But if you tell me, your game does, all you're just telling me is like, let me actually give you examples of the criticism I'm talking about. So just unconstructive criticism is going ahead and saying, I don't like your game, I don't like it. So how have you helped? You haven't told me why. You haven't told me what's wrong with it. What can I improve on it? But it's very different when somebody says, I don't like the game because I don't like the colors that are in use. They feel like they're clashing, and also the sound. I think the sound would be much better if you had a faster tempo than this slow one, because I keep failing because I'm looking at I'm watching the slow tempo, or my mind is constantly thinking about the slow tempo. That immediately, that gives you an idea of the direction you should go, but not just blank criticism that doesn't help. So just be friendly. I mean, that's what you'd want somebody else to tell you. If they don't like something that you've created or made because of 1, 2, 3 things, you'd appreciate when somebody actually tells you so that you can improve on it and make it better. Next thing, collaborate. Don't be alone. Go ahead, work with other people. So I may have mentioned that during the Intel challenge, I was working alone. But the thing is, we were working. Yes, we were working alone, but I was within a class of other people, and we were helping each other out. We were collaborating. So somebody has a challenge here, stop on your development, go help them there. They also were coming to help me here, and it ended up making the game as it was. So the next time you have the opportunity to, please go ahead and collaborate. Right now, the internet is our friend. We are able to converse. Right now, I'm in Kenya. I'm seated in my sitting room, and yet you're where you are and you're watching this video. And I'm passing on information. And in the same way, you can be able to work with somebody else from another part of the world. You can be able to have the same game vision and be able to make something out of it. So, yeah. So, comments and questions are welcome. Uh, Generally, that's how it goes. So you've had an experience of how it is in my class. So yeah, and then in case of any contact information, it should be on the next slide. Yeah, game over. Should be back in the previous presentation, the first slide. The last slide, sorry. Yeah, the last one. Yep. And so, yeah, so thank you for being able to make it for this talk. I hope it has piqued your interest in getting to understand and getting to see what the ADMI Rubica program is about. And, Rubica being finally within Africa, in Kenya. So all you game studios out there, just be on the lookout for ADMI. Go to our website, www.admi.ac.ke. And also, if you have any questions or you want to chat more, or even want me to test your game and give you feedback on your game, please, those are my contacts. That's my Kenyan number and my personal email address, and yeah, my handles. You can follow me as such. So great. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Maxa.
Hello, everyone. So next slide, please. So I'm Hossein Ben Amr, actually uh, an indie game studio as a business developer. Also, I'm the treasurer at Global Game Jam Inc. If you know the biggest hackathon of game development in the world, and also regional coordinator for Africa and MENA region at the IGDA, the International Game Developers Association. For the Tunisian Game Developers Association, we founded during 2012 to promote the game development in Tunisia and gather all the developers and do all that kind of stuff like events, etc. So we are actually moving and doing things next. So during this talk, we're gonna talk about like the pipeline shortly and briefly, the pipeline of how we can create an online game and especially a multiplayer game. So the first step we should do is to think about the game idea. Without any doubt, this is the most important part of creating a multiplayer or an online game. You need an idea, and it has to be a good one. If you want to make some serious money, you know, it needs to appeal to a mass audience because there is a lot of games around on Steam, on Google Play, etc. So you have to think a lot about your game idea, and you have to enjoy your game first of all. You have to see while you are thinking about the idea if you're gonna enjoy the game that you will create or not. Also, we we can check what is trending right now on the multiplayer online game, what's happening around, which is the games that are successful, and we analyze them to see why exactly they are successful. Analyze their mechanics, gameplay, and what happening exactly on these games. So we can take like an idea about which way we are going to work on our game. So then we can pick our genre of the game. We want to do a first-person shooter, a mobile game, platformer, a puzzle game, etc. After that, study your target audience, which ask yourself these few questions. Are you focusing on mid-core, hardcore, casual gamers? Do you want to create games for adults who just need to fill their time in the subway, which is especially for mobile games like quick games, etc.? Or it's designated for kids, for adults, women? What exactly? For example, Fortnite, it's generally designated for kids, not for adults, let's say, this kind of stuff. So you can even getting more in depth by knowing what kind of players you are focusing on. Shooter gamers and players, uh, sports, MOBA, RPG players, and it can be even a combination between two or three stuff. Let's take as an example Rocket League, which is I think it's can appeal to racing gamers who play car games and shooter maybe, and also football or handball players for like sports games, etc. And there is a lot of mechanics and genre on it. Next, please. So after I get an idea, what we should do exactly next, we have to think about the platform. Are we in this step? The first thing is to look if we are going to create a game for PC, for console, mobile, or even browser. Now there is I don't know if you have an idea or not. There is a lot of people are focusing on browser porting like PC games on browser, which is cool. And let's see what's the future of the browser games will bring to us, because it's easy. You don't have to install anything. And also, when we think about the cloud gaming now, it will become more interesting for us as developers. So you can start with one option, like let's say you start with a PC game and move to other later when it becomes successfully and your game is stable and everything is going well. Then you can go to console, port your game to mobile or browser or whatever. So, but on the one, smartphones have been quietly rapidly overtaking the gaming market so far. We know this already. But on the other hand, games for desktop are still unsurpassed in their visual quality and complexity. So on PC console, you can like do more stuff like in visual and doing this stuff on one browser. So you have to think about it first. So after that, we have to think about the gameplay mechanics. So I see sometimes like some confusion between these two terms, like gameplay and mechanics. So let's make it a bit clear. Game mechanics are the rules of the game, in which the player follow within the game. But the gameplay is what actually takes place when a player plays the game. So let's take an example. Missions are the game mechanics, but completing and engaging with that mission is the gameplay. I don't know if you got the idea or no. Let me know later after this talk if you have more questions about this topic, because it's huge and I can't go in depth on it because I don't have a lot of time. So let's come back to our talk. Think about the online game you enjoy the most. You like I don't know, Super Mario, you like Apex Legend, FIFA or whatever, and try to analyze, like I said, these games. Like break the game and see what exactly the mechanics of the game, and what is the gameplay of this game, what makes this game is successful first of all, and why you enjoy this game while playing. Uh, as an example, let's take as an example the game Tetris. So we can broken down this game into four game mechanics, which is rotations, how you can route the blocks, and the randomizers. When the blocks are spawning, you don't know how they are spawning, and what exactly the pieces will come after that. And the scoring system. When you break down a block, you get some points. Mobility, so you can go left and right, also down. It's all this four stuff: rotation, randomizer, scoring system, mobilities are the game mechanics of. It's not the gameplay, it's the mechanics. Next, please. So I have my idea. I have a great idea, and then what I have to do? Just start to study your target audience. As I said, you have to know your game. It's destined to whom exactly? For midcore, hardcore, or casual gamers. Ask yourself: do you want to create a game for kids who just need to fill their time in the subway, destined for kids, adults, etc.? So yeah, this is very important because uh, while you are creating and working through your idea, you have to think about a niche, which is the players are in need for more games in this niche. For, let's take an example. There is a lot of first-person shooter games right here. For example, when we were thinking about the idea of the game that I'm working on, Veterans Online, we said, okay, there is a lot of first-person shooter, and we want to do shooter game. We like MOBA game like Dota, League of Legends, etc. And we can't never compete with those giant games. So let's do a mix, like a top-down shooter, which is the amount of games that exist in the market, which is top-down shooter games. It's not that huge. So this is a niche for us, and we can work on it. Next, please. Next. So your game should be addictive to players. Addictive games doesn't mean to be like or need to be complex. You just keep it simple. Instead, short levels with content players can unlock, and then come back effective longer uh, playing session with complex sequences. So the main idea here is you should uh, you should make the player come back to play your game, and don't make him like play once and then stop it. You have to add some stuff to make the player come back again and again every day. So this is generally for all the platform and games. But remember, when developing for a mobile game, players don't want to be stuck trying to play very long sessions on a small screen. So we know that hardcore and midcore players are on PC and consoles, etc. So they can spend a lot of time on a game. But on mobile games, generally the the length of playing sessions are very short when we compare it to PC and console. That uh, one another layer that we can make the game addictive, which is the progression system with unlockable. So a good example, since every multiplayer match, when you earn XP to go higher on rank, with for example, I don't know, let's take Apex Legends or whatever. All of the games are like that right now. So with certain ranks, you can unlock new stuff like weapons, new skins, maybe new sounds, or any kind of perks that help you to progress in the game. That can make the game addictive, which is the progression curves. Progression in general in video games comes in, let's say, in three levels and three varieties. The first one, which is the player, which is me and you playing the game. That's mean progression. Player progression refers to the person playing the game, improving their skills and knowledge of the design. So while we are playing the game, we get better and going from a noob to very skilled player on that game. The second one, which is the character inside the game, our avatar that we are playing with becomes stronger and stronger. So the game, the game progression itself. So the game itself, when we are like moving through the various levels or areas of the game until you reach the credits, if it's a storytelling or whatever, like the division or whatever game, or you reach the highest rank or the end of a season, or when you finish a season pass or something like that. This is like the game progression. And at the end, it depends on the design of the game that you're gonna work on. Uh, Also, you can combine between these three varieties, and you like combine two them all on your game. But the important part is understanding what progression means to your game, so people can playing it and enjoying your game. Next. Ooh, so we have our idea and mechanics focus on exactly which players. So when you think about this, let's say the more players needed for a match, like on your game, the more concurrent daily active users are required, which is mean like when you need like 5 versus 5 to join or start a match, you will need a lot of players to fill your servers, and the matchmaking and waiting time for joining a game will be less, and so you need more people to join your game, and to work a lot on your marketing to uh, to acquire more players for your game. So there is a difference between like battle royale, which need like 60 or whatever 100 player to just start, and between like two or four players to start a game. So you have to think about it. Then there is the matter of matching players against others with similar skills. Now we are talking exactly about the matchmaking system. So the matchmaking system is very important. Mess up with the matchmaking, you can make the player like hungry angry, and like they will quit your game, and you make the gameplay not fair. So let's say you are newbies, you just started the game and you found yourself with like high skilled or high ranked up players that you play against them, so you will fed up and quit the game. So yeah, let's focus a lot on the matchmaking system. Next, please. So all what we said before, it's something okay, feasible, so we can do it easily. But from now until the end of this talk, while we were working on Veterans Online, we found that the marketing and business of the game, it's the most important part. Maybe let's say the most hardest part for us as an indie studio from Africa. This part is very, very, very difficult. So let's start. When it comes to monetization, there are three main routes to revenue. I'm not saying only ways, but let's say the main ways to monetize your game. The first one, which is free to play. So you put your game free, and inside the game there is in-app purchases that you can buy stuff, which is skins or whatever you want. Advertising, generally advertising is on mobile games, so you get money through ads. You know that on mobile games are very famous this business model, and also premium, which is you pay for a game and once, and you play the game and that's it. Uh, Also, you can combine between the three of them. Like, let's say you want to combine like a premium game, like watch. You buy the game, and also inside the game there is an in-app purchase that some stuff that you can buy inside the game. Next. Next, marketing. So uh, this is important for us. Uh, while, as I said, while we are working on Veterans Online, it's very, very important and very, very hard to do. Uh, Maybe you say marketing, it's not that hard, but when you start trying it and working on it, you will find a lot of challenges and a lot of stuff that you were not aware from them. So at the start, let's say when you spend money, you should spend money to get more money, which is mean, uh, for example, spend like 500,000 dollars on your marketing. So you are expecting to get 1 million returning back. Uh, but while you are working on the marketing campaign and strategy, try to ask yourself what's the total market at the start that you can reach. You are not going to do the whole market for like sports game players or shooter players or all the market. That's impossible. You should define what is your market and that fit your game exactly. And then what you can do with the budget that allows you to reach a percentage of those through organic and advertising. So depends of the budget and how much the budget you need to reach like few percentage from that market you already chosen. And let's explain here what is organic and advertising. The organic users and marketing is the player that you acquire without paying money. And advertising, or let's say paid user, it's the users that you paid some like campaigns and you paid money for marketing campaign to get that user. So from that point, you can follow the path to user acquisition, which should ideally start before even the game is ready. So while you are working and developing the game, you should think and start working on the user acquisition and marketing. How? Just get people excited about the game, especially try to find like potential influencers, streamers on Twitch or Verb, uh, who can like test your game and review it, give some feedbacks, and they can share it. So with that, you can get like organic users in the future without paying any stuff. So what's the ways and how we can do like marketing and user acquisition? So there are multiple strategies that could work well for this, but it's not like a secret sauce like 1 + 1 = 2. There is no like formula that lead you to a successful marketing or user acquisition campaign. So you have to try, you have to focus on the market you are targeting, and just try to keep your user base active and to focus on the parts of your game that make it stand out from the bunch of games that are in the industry. So how we can uh, let our user base and players active by simply creating channels on Twitter, Discord, like especially Reddit. Actually, Reddit it's very important on the game development. Reddit can help you a lot doing your marketing of your game and make people talking about your game and getting feedbacks and all this stuff. Um, Also, making daily posts about new content, new stuff, what are you developing right now, what comes next, etc. So keep your user base and players informed about what you are doing actually and what coming next, so they can give you more feedbacks, and you keep them engaged with you, and don't let them leave your game or forget about your game during the time. Another stuff, which is advertising campaign, which is there is a lot of website that doing like ad for games. Like you can put some banners in famous gaming website, or this kind of stuff. Also, one of the most important ways, which is contact like streamers and game influencers on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, etc. So how you gonna do that? Just identify your game's unique selling point. What make your game different from other in the genre of your game, and use that when reaching out to that streamers or influencers. Why? So you can offer them an opportunity to make great content, because there is a lot of influencers and streamers. They they don't play games only for money. There is some influencers, they want to play funny games and cool games to create more content for their fans. So make sure also that influencer you will contact uh, fit exactly the profile of your game and the genre of your game. If your game is a shooter game, don't contact. It's not necessary to contact or streamer only FIFA or POS or sports games. So this is not fit your game. So 100% will not accept to play your game or do a review about your game. So think about that also. Next, please. So now let's talk about the technical challenges. So every multiplayer will face challenges. Creating an effective from creating an effective matchmaking system that satisfies players, fighting back against the specter of flag, especially here in Africa. Let's say the most countries in Africa, like the lag, it's something horrible, and preparing for the dropped connection that we have in the continent. This is very challenging for us as a developer, especially multiplayer game developers, not all the game developers. And this is depends also from the platform also. Uh, the matchmaking and connections, lag, etc., differ from like a game developer working on a PC game than another one that working on a multiplayer game on mobile. This is not the same challenges, not the same stuff. Another thing that we should also think about is the game servers in general, and the scalability of the game server. Let's say you should think about the worst and the good from the start. Don't say that your game will not be famous. Let's imagine you created a game and the servers are not scalable, and you were thinking about that there is few people will play your game from the start, and your servers will can handle this number of players. And then boom, when you release your game on million or thousands of people wanted to join the game, so they can do it because your servers are not scalable, depending on the number of players connecting in. So this is can can like be a bad stuff for you if you don't make your servers scalable from the start. Also, the performance of the servers, you have to choose and good performance servers and that stuff. The same thing for the majority of African country, which is dealing with networks with lag. So you have always to optimize your game to make it work smoothly, depending on the network that we have. So we don't get that lag, that huge lag that we have, especially in countries like here in Africa, the internet infrastructure. Let's say in Tunisia, at least, the infrastructure of internet is not that good. That we are suffering with that and dealing with this problem. Even if the game it's for worldwide, but also think about that. The problem of cheating. We know we have to work on an anti-cheat system, and this is not easy. So at least the main solution that we found on Veterans Online is to work all the main stuff, make them on the server side, not on local side. So people when they are cheating, they use what you put as features and input on the local side. So when you put everything on the server side, that can reduce the risk. So actually, if you miss in one of these points, that can make the game unplayable. I'm pretty sure that you know what I'm talking about when we say game unplayable with the lag, with the bad connection, etc. And then creating an effective matchmaking system. So you have to ask yourself from the start, as I said, what are the minimum and maximum number of players your game needs to run effectively. So you need 10 players, 5 versus 5, or 4 players, 2 versus 2, etc. How many players you need. So this information will help you also on the game server, on the server side also. How much difference will you accept in skill between players, like the ranks, etc.? How you will deal with that? What's the criteria you want to put on that layer? How long will you wait for a match connection to be made? You want to wait like 60 seconds to start, or 1 minute, or maybe even less. It depends, and this is can make a difference for the player and the experience of the player. So, do you allow players to join once a match has already begun, like rejoin? We see a lot of a lo- in a lot of games that they allow a rejoin feature also. So you have to think about all this stuff. You are working on the matchmaking system and game server, etc. Next, please. So we are on conclusion number 10, please. It's you can see the pipeline. It's not different. It's something standard. Someone from Africa or someone from Europe, US, Asia, whatever, will pass through all this pipeline. But in Africa, what's different is we have a lot of problem. Let's say in the most of the countries, and I'm talking about Tunisia, where I'm in, and where we developed Veterans Online. So we had the problem of the internet and infrastructure connection. We had the problem of the payment system. So in Tunisia we can't uh, buy things online. There is like a governmental restriction, etc. So even when we want to pay like Amazon or Unity or any kind of service online, we are dealing with challenges to pay that because we can't pay online. We don't have PayPal, etc. All the stuff. What else? Also, creating a multiplayer online game need a lot of money. And in Africa, I think we don't have, as I know, we don't have like a huge amount of investors that can invest on multiplayer games, which is need a lot of money, especially for the marketing and user acquisition. Uh, you can play, you can create a game which is perfect technically and enjoyable and a good quality game, etc. But without uh, a huge amount of money uh, to do the marketing and user acquisition, uh, this is mean nothing. So you have to adapt that. Maybe in Europe and US, they have the chance that the industry there it's stable and they have a lot of investors there. They are old in the industry, so they take this stuff as basic things. But for us in Africa, it's not like something basics. It's something like special for us, and we are really in need for this stuff. But one of the solution for that is to find a publisher and to find a publisher for multiplayer game, especially free to play. It's not that easy. Let's say like Broforce from South Africa, indie game studio Free Leaves. They did a good job and they were successfully, etc. But they didn't market the game like self-publishing by themselves. A publisher did it for them. So this is this can be a solution also. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed my talk and everything was clear. Please let's keep in touch. You can talk to me by email, by WhatsApp, whatever you want, LinkedIn, whatever. And thank you, Feja, for the invitation. And see you soon.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rami Ismail. I'm an independent game developer from the Netherlands. I'm half Dutch, half Egyptian. I ran independent game studio Vlaambeer for almost 10 years. I'm the executive director of the international games event, GameDev.world. I'm the creator of Do Press Kit, which is a free tool to create your own press kits for your game in under 20 minutes. I have about 30 minutes today, and I decided that I would like to give myself a bit of a challenge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the entire alphabet and try to teach you one thing about each letter of the alphabet, or a word that starts with that letter of the alphabet. So we're just going to get started because we're really short on time, and we'll see how far we get. So the first thing is accessibility. And accessibility is an important part of creating games. In the end, when you're making games so that people can play them. Accessibility is making sure that your game is accessible to as many people as possible. A lot of people think of accessibility as making your game easy or removing difficulty, but that's not really what it is. And for all of you, I want to recommend that you visit accessible.games. That is accessible.games, a website that shows you about 50 tricks that you could use to make your game more accessible without necessarily making it easier. And it's not tricks like remove certain things. No, these are structural tips about how to make your game better. And if you implement them at the start of a project, you will have more players for your game just because it is more accessible. So for B, we have the business case. And the one thing you need to know about a business case is that when you're doing business, really, it's all about value. Sure, you might love your game and you might love the art of your game, but in a business case, when you're talking to publishers, when you're talking to companies, it's about value proposition. And a business case really is nothing more than a justification for a proposed project or an undertaking based on its expected commercial benefit, right? The expected profit from your game. So when you're talking business case, remove from your head everything you know about money. Remove from your head everything you know about how much your life costs, how much expenses you have. What business is about is what the value is to the people that you're selling to. So it's not so much about I need $5,000 to make this game. No, is this game worth $30,000 to the people buying it, right? It's not about how much money you think is reasonable to ask for something. It's about how much money they think is reasonable paying for it. For the letter C, we have communication, and communication is really simple. It's the heart of everything we do. At the heart of everything we do is communication. A game is communicating your ideas via a computer to a player, right? Working in a team is communication. And the one tip I want to give you for all communication is always speak in the language of the person you're talking to. And by language, I don't mean French. I don't mean English. I mean speak in the discipline of the people you're talking to. If you're talking to a sound designer, don't say like, oh, the sound needs a little more like rumble, right? Like this explosion needs a little more rumble. No, say like, the explosion is a bit like, and I kind of want like, if you're talking to an artist, draw. If you're talking to a game designer, make flowcharts, make prototypes. But if you want to communicate well, try to communicate in people's discipline and try to always be open to listening, right? Communication is not just about speaking, it's about listening as well. For D, we have the door problem. And the door problem is a blog post by Liz England. I would recommend you read up on it. It's a really fun blog post about how difficult our job as game designers actually is, because when you say we should add a door to the game, you're causing a lot of trouble in your studio. You're causing a lot of trouble design-wise. You're causing a lot of trouble development-wise. And Liz England's blog post, The Door Problem, perfectly talks about that. Make sure you read that. It's a really fun post. So for E, I have Expo, and Expo is a funny one because obviously they're not happening now, but there are more digital expos than ever before. And in that way, this year, however terrible it is, I would probably not be speaking here today if it was physical expos this year, right? So this year, use the benefit of this global digital exposition circuit, of these global digital events, and apply to them. Apply to international awards, apply to international events, apply to international expos. Try, even if you don't really believe you have much of a chance. I never believed that my games had a lot of chance, and we got nominations, we got awards, we got lots of attention. And we were a very small two-kid studio from the Netherlands, right? Nobody cared about the Netherlands either at that point. So it is possible. You just have to, start submitting. For F, we have Fitts law. And Fitts law is a human-computer interaction law. It's called a simple law because the rule sounds very easy. The rule of Fitts law is the time required to rapidly move to a target is a function of the ratio between the distance to the target and the size of the target. It sounds complicated, but the basic version is if you have a mouse on your screen and you try to move it somewhere, right? The smaller it is, the more time it'll take you to put the mouse on it. And the further away it is, the more time it will take you to put your mouse on it. That's really logical, right? But with most simple laws, especially when it comes to how humans interact with something, there are sort of side laws, because when you think about what the largest thing is on a Windows computer, right? You have your Windows screen, there's a window open, there's your desktop icons, there's the start bar, there's the clock, there's the start button. What is the biggest thing on the screen? Think about it for a moment. If your answer is the start button, which is this tiny button in the bottom left of the screen, then you're actually correct, because it turns out that that start button is in the corner of the screen, and your mouse actually cannot exit the screen, right? So if I would just throw my mouse to the bottom corner of my desk, the mouse would end up on the start button. The start button ends up being infinitely sized. When you're thinking about UI, when you're thinking about how humans interact with something, you have to think about the context of how people are interacting, right? Fitts law is one of the many laws that exist like that. And it can teach you a lot about how computers work and how people work when they're interacting with a computer or with a mobile phone. So it might not sound like it has much to do with computers, but it definitely does. For the G, we have game listing. And game listing is basically the store page of your game. When I made games at Vlambeer, we would spend months on getting the right screenshot. We would spend days on writing the text for that page. Making sure that your store page is great is worth investing a month of your time in. If you're going to spend 2 years making a game and you're going to ruin it by not having a good store page, then what did you spend those 2 years for, right? So don't make the mistake of thinking, okay, we'll do the store page when we're close to done, or don't make the mistake of starting on your store page when you're almost done. No, you should be improving that store page every day, even when it's not live. Look at the assets you need and just start making those assets. Start mocking up your store page, because every tweak you make to make it better is going to sell more copies, right? That store page is the most important thing you have. And people will look at it for like 10 seconds before they decide whether they want your game or not. So those first 10 seconds, that first impression, the first 3 screenshots, the little text that is on the right of the page or at the bottom of the page, those are the things that sell your game. Make sure that they are good. For H, we have HCI loop, the human-computer interaction loop. And this is an important one. This might be the most important slide in this entire presentation, right? Human-computer interaction, that loop works in a very basic way. Imagine a quadrant, right? Four blocks, or a circle that moves around, right? In one corner, you've got the player, or the mental model, the intent. Whatever you call it, it's the brain of the person playing your game, okay? Now, that brain says, okay, we need to do something. And based on that, you're going to input. You're going to press a button on your keyboard. You're going to press a button on your controller. You're going to press buttons or do something that interacts with the game, right? You might touch like on a screen, or you like move it, or whatever it is. You interact with the game. Now the game is the third step. So you've got the player, you've got the input, you've got the game. The game is the black box. So the game takes the input, right? And it calculates stuff. It calculates stuff based on that input. Did you swipe? What happens? Like what? It does all that stuff, and then it outputs to the player through feedback. And the feedback is visual, it's auditory, it's values, numbers, text, it's vibration, rumble. And that goes back into the player, and it updates what they think and what they want to do, right? And it sounds really simple, but the thing you need to remember is that the game, the actual game, is not taking place in the game. It's not taking place in the input. It's not taking place in the output. The real game is taking place in the player's head, which means you can cheat. As long as the people playing believe something is true, then it is true. And you don't need to think about that again. So if you want your player to feel good, the game doesn't have to be fair. It just has to feel fair, right? If you want your player to feel strong, the game doesn't have to be fair. It just has to feel fair. One of the best tricks I've ever heard is when you have a health bar for a player, you want to make a really like tense, exciting game, just make sure that that last part of your health bar is worth way more than all the rest of your health bar. So when you get hit, your health bar starts going down, 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 and then that last part it goes down really slowly, so that you're always close to dying, but you never die, right? And yeah, it's a cheat. That's not actually how the game works, right? We're just kind of cheating with the visual language of the game. But because the player sees the health bar and it's like, oh, I'm so close to dying, it works, right? So the human-computer interaction loop, you can look up a lot about it. A lot of good people have written about it. Steve Swing, Ralph Koster, famous game designers around the world have written about this specific loop. Understanding it is critical to being a good game designer. For the eye, obviously, we have iteration. Iteration, the process through which we make games. You come up with an idea, you figure out a test, you prototype that test, you look at the results, you adjust accordingly, you iterate. No game is ever perfect. There is no perfect game. There is no perfect idea. There's not even a good idea. Ideas mean nothing until you start testing them, right? Until you start testing them, an idea is just that. And you might be an experienced designer. You might have a good idea of how things might work. But until you test it, you don't actually know. Iteration is that process. It's the process of, okay, let's try something and see if it works. Not, let's figure out how this should work perfectly and then continue from there. No. Let's try stuff, see if it works. Let's talk about it. Let's not get rid of any ideas yet. Let's come up with the worst ideas and go from there, right? Iteration is about accepting that. Iteration is about accepting that things aren't necessarily perfect and are not going to be perfect, but that through slow and steady work, it can be better and better. Juice, for the letter J, is the act of juicing up a game, right? So when you want your game to feel good or to communicate to players that something good happened or something bad happened, you juice it. Just like getting juice from a fruit or something, you want to make sure that you get the maximum amount of juice out of it. And the way you do that is through emphasis. So if you're making a platformer, think about what the player is doing, right? What are they doing? What are they up to? And when you think about that, try to remove the things that they're doing as pacing, right? Certain things the player is doing aren't actually mechanics. They're pacing. They're creating space between the mechanics. So in a platformer, your pacing is usually walking. When you're walking, you're not doing anything. You're just moving forward between the one jumping puzzle and the other jumping puzzle, or the one enemy and the next enemy, right? That is not a mechanic, so we're not going to emphasize it. We're going to make sure that it feels good, right? It needs to feel nice. The tempo needs to be good. The animation needs to look nice. It's not the part we need to emphasize, right? Now, what do we want to reward in a platformer, though? Obviously, jumping is the mechanic that the players interact with the most. So you might say, okay, so when you jump, that's what we need to juice. You know what? You're not wrong. When you jump, it needs to feel good. That's why a lot of platformers juice that moment by having like a little cloud or a little puff, like a little bit of dust that kicks up. That's juice. But the important part in a platformer is not the moment you jump, right? The important part of a platformer is the moment you land. Because if you land, you've survived the jump. You've done it well. So the landing is the part you want to choose, which is why a lot of games, when you do a big jump, they have like a nice roll animation or a cool effect when you land, to show you like, hey, you did well, right? That's juicing. Think about that when you're making your game. It goes for the things that are the most important, the things you want to reward, the activities you want the player to do. It's also for the things you want to punish, right? If you get hit, it needs to feel like you get hit. It needs to feel like you're getting punished. And making sure that you juice that moment too will help communicate to the player, this is bad behavior, this is good behavior. If you do it to everything, to every mechanic, it stops working, because now everything is over the top, and the things you want to juice need to be even more over the top. So try to like keep the base level low and the emphasis high, right? Kinesthetics is a complicated word. Kinesthetics is thinking about the feeling of interacting with your game. And unlike juicing, which is in the game, kinesthetics is actually about reality. So a phone, right? Like imagine you're going to play a game on a phone. Like how is your player holding the phone? How does it feel to press a button at the bottom of the screen? How does it feel to swipe up? How does it feel to press a button on a controller, right? Like how do these feel? How do these feel? How does this feel? When you think about those things, we've developed sort of a language, right? Like a trigger is shoot or accelerate in a racing game. On a computer, spacebar in a first-person game is probably jump, right? Swipe is probably dodge on a phone in a runner. The reason those things evolved is because of kinesthetics, because of the way that feels. A jump on a keyboard feels like a big action, so they put it on a big button. When you're making your game, think a lot about how actions feel, because the way interacting feels needs to overlap with the way the action in the game feels. That's when the game feels best. For the L, we have localization. Localizing your game is incredibly hard and incredibly important. The main thing you need to remember is that if you write text in your game, make sure that the space for the text is wider than the length of the text in English or French or whatever language you're using. German, for example, takes way more text, way more space than most other languages. And most games get translated into something called eFix: English, French, Italian, German, Spanish, right? Nowadays, Brazilian Portuguese and simplified Chinese are also part of that. Russian might show up. But eFix is sort of like the traditional golden standard of localization. Making sure that you have space for that text after localization is important. So don't make UI that perfectly fits your text. Make your UI that will perfectly fit the German translation of your text, because otherwise you're going to have to redo it again. Bonus points for you if you make sure that your interface can switch from left to right to left. So you can also include RTL languages like Arabic and some other languages around the world, right? M is for motivation. And motivation is the most important thing you have. If there's three things you have as a game developer, if there's three things you need as a game developer, you might need money, knowledge, and motivation. If you have to lose one, right, you lose money, but you still have knowledge and motivation, you can make a game alone. If you lose money, but you still have If you lose knowledge but you have money and motivation, great, you just hire some people with the knowledge, right? You have money, you have the motivation. No matter how much money you have, no matter how much knowledge you have, if you can't be motivated to make a game, it's not happening. So in your team, in yourself, protect your motivation more than anything else. The money, it's hard. I know, like running a business is hard. Um, Earning money with that business is hard. But the most danger that I've ever been in as a studio has not been because of money, and it's not been because of knowledge. It's been because of burnout. And we almost lost the studio. Sure, we were almost broke a number of times. We almost lost all our money a number of times. But honestly, I would take those moments over the moments where I thought that I would never make a game again, because I felt so bad about making games because I was burned out. So protect your mental health, protect your like strength, your emotional strength. Making games is hard. It's exhausting. It's difficult work. Accept that and rest, right? N is for negotiations. And negotiations is very simple. The one thing I want to give you, the one thing I want you to take away from this is that negotiations work in a very simple way. They give their best case scenario. You give your best case scenario, and you talk until you hit somewhere in the middle. Now, a lot of people, when they talk to publishers, they try and make their budget lower, right? They try to fit it like, oh, we don't want to be too expensive. When they do a Kickstarter, they try to take the number down so that it's not too much to get funded, right? Wrong. Don't do that. Optimal case is what you negotiate with. If you hit that Kickstarter, right, and you make the number lower because people might not back it. If you need $20,000 and you say, okay, we're going to do it for 10,000 because otherwise people won't back it. What happens if you get $10,000? Huh? Now you have to make the game for half the money that you actually need. What happens if the publisher takes the lower deal, right? Now you have to make the game for less money than you actually need. No. You negotiate. You start negotiating at what you think the best case for you is. And honestly, it's probably higher than what you're asking. Go a little bit higher. Put 30% on top of it. Then when you negotiate, you'll hit somewhere in the middle, right? Don't risk negotiating a low number. Opportunity for O. Opportunity is hard. And I know in Africa, it's hard. Access to funding, access to publishers, access to events and knowledge is limited. And an event like this is important to create those opportunities. And there are more events throughout Africa, right? There are publishers throughout Africa, but it's still young. Access to opportunity is rare. If you have it, if you get it, share. Share with your community, share with the people around you, give people access. Yes, games is a competition. Yes, we're competing with each other. Doesn't matter. Help each other out. The more game developers are around you, the better things will be, right? So help each other out. And don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask from people somewhere else. Don't be afraid to ask from me, right? Feel free. Email me, message me, send me a message on Twitter. Find your opportunity. Like, you'll have to fight harder for opportunity. There's so many people around the world, right? And it's unfair, and I know. But I also know that you wouldn't be making games if you didn't care, right? If you didn't really care. So try it. Worst thing that could happen is you get a no, or you get no answer at all, right? And then what? Whatever. Who cares? Who cares about them? Who cares about that person, right? Let's keep going. Let's keep trying. Because in the end, making games is hard. It always is, no matter where you are. You might have some extra challenges, but you can beat those too. P is for play. And play is what games actually are. People forget that games are not a new thing. People have been playing since the start of humanity, since all the way at the beginning. In fact, play is probably the oldest thing humanity has. When people, when they were just starting out, were throwing rocks at a tree for fun, they were practicing aim. And aiming helped them survive. When they were climbing a tree just for fun, they were practicing fleeing from predators. They didn't do those things because they had to. They did those things because they were practice, because they were fun, because they were interesting. So play has been part of us since the start of humanity. Games isn't a new thing. Games is just the last evolution, the latest evolution of play. And it's kind of cool to think about that what we're carrying is a torch of tens of thousands years old. We just happen to be the latest, the newest version of that. Quality assurance for Q, please take it seriously. A lot of developers around the world, a lot of the developers I speak to, take quality assurance as we gave the game to some friends and they played it and it was fine. No, quality assurance is a lot harder, and especially if you're coming out on consoles. You're not just talking about whether the game works. You're talking about whether the game keeps to the rules, whether it works on different devices. Having good QA makes the difference between a game that you launch and then you have 3 months of fixing things, or a game that you launch and then it's just launched and you can focus on new content, right? QA involves analyzing, documenting, recording data, reporting, monitoring, critiquing, and also testing, right? It's a lot of stuff. So don't take QA as like, we'll figure it out. No. This needs to be an integral part of how you think about how your game gets made. For R, we have release management. When you're about to release a game, there's a number of steps you have to go through every time, and that includes creating screenshots, marketing pages, press releases. It includes uploading your binaries and your game builds to the store that you're going to be ready on. It includes creating like a discount, like a launch discount for a game. Release management takes time. If you've never done it, plan time for it. If you have done it, there needs to be somebody at your studio, or you, doesn't matter, who's good at this, who's done it before, who can do it again. This is an important skill. Train that skill. Make sure you have that skill in your team. And if you don't have it, please ask somebody who has done it. Doesn't have to be in your studio. You can literally just be a game developer you know from Twitter or wherever it is, Facebook. But have somebody who can do release management. Subway legibility, being able to understand a game if you see it in a bus or on a subway being played by somebody else, is a blog post by a game designer called Zach Gage. And Zach Gage wrote this talk for the Game Developers Conference of 2018, and I think it's one of the most important talks ever given. It's about how you should design your game, especially a mobile game, in such a way that if somebody was watching somebody else play it on a bus, they would understand it without playing it, without a tutorial, without somebody explaining it to them. They just need to be able to understand it by watching for like 10, 15 minutes. It's a very good blog post. It's a very good talk. You can look it up, GDC 2018, Zach, Z-A-C-H, Gage, G-A-G-E. Look it up. Really worth it. For T, we've got triage. And triage is while you're developing a game, you should constantly be managing the things you still have to do. Production in games is complicated, right? There's a lot of stuff happening. All the time, you need to be looking at, okay, how necessary is the thing we're working on? How important is it that it gets fixed or implemented? And how much resources do we have left? How much time, how many people? When we talk about triage, I always use an example, which is, okay, you have a game, it just came out, there's 101 bugs in the game. 100 of those bugs happen to almost everybody, and they're a little annoying, right? But they happen to everybody, and everybody's annoyed by them. And there's one bug that will happen to only one player every 10,000 players, right? Or one player every million players, but it will destroy their phone. Which bug do you fix, right? Now, you can argue about this, and there's actually no right answer. You can kind of like, this is up to you as a studio. But the thing that's important is that before this becomes a discussion, you already need to know what your studio would do, right? Like, what is the process for figuring out whether we're going to fix those 100 bugs or just about one bug? Who makes that decision? Why do they get to make that decision? If you know that, you don't have to argue about it when it matters. It's already done. Like, you get to that point, there's 101 bugs, you go through the process, you fix the bugs that you think should be fixed. With a lot of things, make sure that you discuss them before they become a problem, right, instead of after. The U is for user experience or UX, and just keep in mind that UI, UX is also more complicated than you think. There are professionals that are good at this. Keep in mind that when you are making a video game, that UX is one of those things that you feel like you're good at, but you should probably get somebody who's actually good at it to take a look at it, because they will find super simple things that you can fix that will make your game a lot better, right? For V, we've got vertical slice, and the vertical slice is very simple. When you're pitching to a publisher, they want to know that you can make the game. And the way you prove that is by making a vertical slice. A vertical slice is a very small game made to the level of quality that you intend to hit when you're done. It can be just one puzzle or one jump or one level, right? Depending on what your game is. It can be one moment from the game, but it needs to look and sound pretty close to what it'll look and sound like at the end. And why you do that is to prove that you can do it, right? And to give them a feeling of what it would play like. You can fake it. You can fake it a little, but it has to approach, has to be close to the level of quality you expect to hit at the end. Yep. 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 It should be really fast. W is for why. The W for why. Why is one of your most important questions. If you're ever stuck, ask yourself why. Why is this a problem? Why did we get here? Why is this complicated? Why would I not pick one of the options? X is for XLS, spreadsheets. Make spreadsheets. If you're a game designer, everything is spreadsheets. Spreadsheets are the fastest way to prototype, the fastest way to test, the fastest way to keep track of something. Love spreadsheets. Yomi for the Y, very simple. It is the act of thinking about what the other player is thinking. It's trying to think ahead. If you're playing chess and you're thinking a few steps ahead, that's Yomi. It's a great thing to keep in mind when you're designing multiplayer activity. Like, how do players interact with each other? Like, how do they think about what the other player might be thinking? How much information do they have about each other? Interesting questions if you're a game designer, and Yomi is a really good theory about it. And finally, Zen, the Z. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, a Polish designer or a Polish psychologist, came up with the idea of flow theory. And flow theory is that feeling of Zen that you get, a feeling of losing time, losing place when a game is really grabbing you, right? When the challenge is intense, but not too intense. Flow theory is critical in figuring out how hard your game should be and how much harder it should get over time. And if you have good flow, it helps making good games. That was one short lesson for every letter of the alphabet. I was 3 minutes late, but I got through it. Pretty happy with that. That was it for me. If you have any questions, find me on Twitter or email. I am THA_Rami, RAMI, on twitter.com. You can just send me a DM, or in my pinned tweet, you can set up a phone call with me for free, 20 minutes, to just talk about your game, talk about your problems, and maybe I can help you out. Either way, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for your attention, and that was it.
Good afternoon, everyone, from wherever you are. My name is Douglas Ugeto from Ludicworks, a video game publishing company based out of Kenya. I'll be the moderator for this session. I do have the privilege of having Mikhail from Cameroon and Sean from South Africa. Mikhail representing Joint Play Games and Sean representing Carryfast. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome them, just to share a bit more about themselves as we begin the session. Welcome.
Hi, Douglas.
Awesome.
Hi, Shan.
Douglas, hey, Michelle. Michelle, would you like to go first?
Okay. It's a pleasure to talk with you today. I'm Michel Pinja from Cameroon. Um, I'm the creative director and founder at Nokema Interactive, a company doing video games and animated future. So we have two teams of game development. The first one is Nokima Game Studio, currently working on Afro Warriors, a mobile game set in um, featuring deities and god from African pantheon. And for mobile, the second team is jointly games and is working on Ama Chronicle of Lost Stars. Yeah.
Awesome. And yeah, hi everyone. I'm Sean. I'm in Cape Town and I'm really excited to be here. So I head up publishing partnerships and business development at Carry First, where we focus on both regional and global deals. Before joining the company, I spent the past 10 years as an entrepreneur with experience in investing and consulting. And a little bit more about us as a company. So we started off as a content creator. We had an app, Carry First Trivia, and we were the number one free to play game in both Kenya and Nigeria. And then we pivoted to becoming a mobile game publisher and really enjoying the journey so far.
Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you both for the great introduction. So for this session, we'll be looking at game distribution. What are the challenges, and how at least from both a developer perspective as well as from a publisher, and looking at the ecosystem and hopefully how can those developers who are looking at entering this space benefit from the same. So to get us started, sorry, this will be directed to Sean. Maybe for those who do not know, could you kindly define who is a publisher and what's its role within the African space?
Sure, absolutely. And effectively, a publisher's key role is effectively the distribution. And so, usually, a developer makes the game, and a lot of people think that is the hardest part, and it definitely is. But that's not the end of the journey. It's often only the beginning because you can have a great game. It's all about getting it out there. So, typically, the role of the publisher is the marketing, the user acquisition, the distribution, doing A/B tests with the creators in order to ensure that the listings of the game will occur, looking at current channels, looking at alternative distribution as well. So there's many different factors. And a lot of other publishers, it very much depends. Some publishers co-develop and come in earlier on in the development life cycle of a game. Sometimes a publisher provides funding in order to create the game if you're working with IP. Sometimes you have situations where a minimum guarantee is provided to help polish the game in order to finish it off.
Okay. Thanks so much for sharing those insights. For Michelle, being a developer, being a studio, what are I believe you have had a journey. From other studio, what are some of the expectations that you perhaps have from a publisher from the continent?
Okay, okay. Um, Video games in Africa is starting to become something very interesting and exciting, and we are starting to have first publisher and distributor focusing to expose video games made by African. So for us as video games developers, we think that publisher is working with a publisher is something important in order to not only help help us video games to fund the games, but also to help to bring their experience to market the game, to build metrics about around the game, um, to connect game developers with resources and other partner that can make that can help to finally have a great game.
Okay. Thanks so much for that. It's it's always interesting to see what how our publisher can be able to support or meet the developer halfway. And I believe Sean, maybe with the experience, maybe in terms of supporting studios on the continent, how will you say that journey is? And what are some of the things that a studio should probably prepare for before they come to a publisher like yourself?
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely, and it's vital, and it's something such as what makes the game good, what makes the game needing improvement, because a lot of people think, let's just say we go get 1 million downloads, you make $1 million. I wish the world was that simple. So a lot of people think downloads equals revenue. Unfortunately, that's not the case. It typically works where there's the monetization model included in the game. And so that's where often a publisher can support in terms of improving the monetization and the game loop and the core economy. What is important in order to get to that stage in making money is retention. And this is something, talking to developers, especially in Africa, but globally, that I'll never get tired of explaining, because if someone doesn't take the time to explain, how are people meant to know? I have a very interesting story that I was chatting with someone in India, and they entered a competition, a mobile competition, and they were one of the finalists. And the judges were asking, okay, so what's the retention? And talking about the metrics, and they had no idea. And again, if you haven't experienced it for the first time, how are you meant to know? So effectively, with retention, that is essentially showing people coming back to your game. And talking from a mobile perspective, the typical benchmarks, obviously different genres, it varies if you're looking more hyper casual or mid to hardcore, but typically it's looked at like a day one retention of 40%, a day seven of 20%, and a day 30 of 10%. And if your game is showing those kind of numbers and it's labeled as sticky, then you've got potential with your game. Then it's about, okay, people like my game. How do I improve it? How do I look at the monetization? Is it more ad based? Is it more in app purchases? And I believe that's where a publisher can really help and take the game to the next level. And so, an analytics tool that I'd like to recommend, I'll recommend two. It's called GameAnalytics.com, and it's free, which is always a positive. But it's free because a lot of the biggest players globally in the industry use it, such as publishers like Voodoo. And then there's also dev2dev.com, where it's free up until 10,000 MAU, which is monthly active users. And this is great because it allows you the opportunity to refine your game, try various aspects, and see, okay, how popular your game is. Because at the end of the day, games is a bit like art. It is a bit subjective, and certain people might like it, certain people might not. So rather than getting like a friend's view or one or two people's view, or even a publisher's view, looking at the data is really important, because there you're looking at a larger audience, and that can then help you and say, okay, this is where my game's at. If it's got, let's just say, like a day one of 10% retention, maybe you need to go back to the drawing board or rather focus on a different game. If the game's looking at like 35% or 38% day one, it's showing, okay, it's got promise there. How do we improve it? Then start to work on moving it towards day three, then day seven, then day 10, day 14, and just looking at the analytics. So as I said, playing around with that, it's very important. There's a lot of free resources on gameanalytics.com, understanding the different reports. And if you're able to do this and just understand the game better from what do players look for, you're going to become a better game developer as a result. And then you can work with a publisher even better because you're able to speak a similar language. So bringing that back to the second part of your question about approaching publishers and chatting, I'm a big believer in a rising tide lifts all boats. So we're all here to help one another out. We want to see a thriving ecosystem. We want to see more publishers on the continent. We want to see more success stories of developers. And it's about using that success and helping one another out, providing that level of education so that we're going to have more success, more funding coming in, and more games coming out of the continent.
Thanks so much, Sean, for that elaborate answer. To Michelle, I know you've just not built one game. You've built a couple of games. From some of the technical side, around retention, analytics, etc. Being a game developer now, how would you say you've best grown in some of these areas? As Sean mentioned, building a game is an art. Most of the game developers on the continent, are passionate about their idea, the story that they want to portray to through the game. How would you say, having built more than one game, how do you see this? How do you see you've grown in terms of the technical side of this? Given that a lot of studios on the continent might not have that big of a team at their disposal.
Okay. So, as a game developer, when you're starting working on a project, you have to keep in your mind that when you will launch the game, um, the retention will keep will vary during the time. So it's very important to take in your mind that you have to integrate some technicals technicals feature in your game to 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 have some return from the players in order to have metric to evaluate the retention. Yeah. So in our case, for the game of Warriors, we the business model around the game is we want to make it free to download, and we hope to make money with in-app purchase and with in-app purchases. Yeah. So when the players download our games for the first time, he will enjoy the graphic, enjoy the feature of players and other stuff. But to make them to give them the taste to come later, we will regularly improve features on characters, on new levels, and other things. Yeah. So that's the idea. Oh,
Okay. Oops. Oops. Sorry. My apologies. Um, so let me take this back to, Africa has a thriving gaming ecosystem. The people who might be joining this live from outside the continent,
Yeah.
from a publisher perspective and also from a developer perspective, and this is directed to you both. How big would we say the African market is, and are we able to put a number to it? I know for Sean, from your perspective, it's you're a publisher, you're looking to invest into studios, and Michelle, you're trying to see, do you have a potential market So maybe to you both, how big is this ecosystem? Is it viable, and why should more people get into it?
Sure. Michelle, would you like to go first?
Take it first, please.
Okay, sure. Um, so, look, at the end of the day, I guess one of the common questions that I get asked about Africa is people talk about Africa as if it's a country rather than a continent. And it's broken down into 54 countries. And I guess there you've got different countries, different, I guess, approaches, different styles, how things are done. And that's the beauty of the diversity of the continent. There's 1.3 billion people on the continent, with the average age being 19. So it's a market that's excited for games and that is very much interested. Um, Something that I've been told by a lot of developers, a lot of companies this past year is we recently closed a seed round. And what that is doing is really showing people around the world, hey, there is a market and let's invest in the continent. And we're really excited about that because if we are able to show people that there's a market here and that will bring more money to the continent, it's a real privilege to be in that kind of position. And we're fortunate to so called wave the flag and lead the line, so to speak. Um, if you look at the market, there's a massive appetite for games, and we could spend a long time talking about the 54 countries or a handful of them. But if I just bring up a couple, so if you look at Egypt as a market, a massive appetite for games. Uh, for a lot of games, particularly first person shooters, Egypt constantly ranks in the top 10 to 15 from a downloads perspective globally. So it's showing there is an appetite. If you look at Nigeria, hundreds of millions of people, a massive a focus of content and consuming content. And for those who aren't familiar with Nigeria and have heard of Hollywood in the US, Bollywood in India, there's Nollywood in Nigeria, and just showing about showcasing local content. And so, jumping from a massive country to a small country as Ethiopia, Ethiopia is actually a country where we signed our first global agreement and first agreement from Africa, which we're really excited about. Shout out to the team at Kene, where we signed a game, Gabeta. And I guess the interesting thing about Gabeta and bringing it back to the diversity and how things are done on the continent. So it's a Mancala based game, but in Nigeria, the game is referred to as Ayu. And therefore, it's important to realize this that localization is key when you're looking at the market and how best to get your games out there. And according to various data and projections, four of the top 10 fastest growing GDP countries with the GDP growth rate is in Africa. So it is a growing market, definitely. And we believe that as we unlock the potential, shine the spotlight more, we're going to accelerate that process even further.
Yeah, interesting insights. And for you, Michelle, how do these numbers and the market size of Africa motivate you as a developer?
Okay. Uh, in our site, we make projection based on data from um, global number of African that who have access to internet. You know, our main marketing strategy to acquire players is in internet. In Africa, we for the this year 2020 we have something like five 500 million people who have access to internet. So at Nokema, we plan to attract something like 10, 10 million active user during the next 5 years.
Okay, thanks both for that. Sorry. So many some developers on this session will be wondering, Sean, I believe you've been able to go through a couple of, maybe people have been able to apply, to receive funding from you guys. Would you say that there's a particular genre that is big on the continent?
Sure, and maybe I'm a bit biased here because I'm a big football fan. But football is extremely popular on the continent. Ultimately, it just depends on the market and approach. We typically have quite a wide purview of games that we look at. So we look at games from a casual to mid-core. But what's a bigger factor in the potential of the success of games, particularly in Africa, is the size of the app when it comes to megabytes. And so we believe games under 100 megabytes have a big chance of success. But as I said, there are exceptions. Like if you have a FIFA game and it's over 100 megs, people who really like the game and the following, they will download it. Ultimately, this comes down to just device capabilities and it being a predominantly Android focused market. There is more iOS devices entering the market. Uh, you're looking at cases where a lot of secondhand iPhones are also entering the market, which is great. But ultimately, the game's performance is key. What we typically look for is, I guess it's a combination of things. Is it something that's a bit different? Is it a game that can be a classic? Like, as an example, games such as Ludo that are extremely popular in places such as Nigeria. Certain games such as that, card games, board games, just games that can be played for many years. Does it have more of an asynchronous element as opposed to synchronous? Because then it allows you to uh, allow people to play online as well as offline. So it's various factors such as this that's really important to take into account when you're considering, okay, why are we approaching this and how we are doing it. Ultimately, we also factor in, we always like to know where we come from and our approach on the continent. But as an example, our CEO, Cordell, who's originally from Sierra Leone, one of his favorite games as a kid was Sonic the Hedgehog, and he didn't identify as a blue hedgehog, but really just felt the game, and that's because the game was fun and good. And so it's so important to create the game and create that experience in the user where people just are enjoying the game and having fun, because being in the industry, we can get so technical and we know how to create things, but it's always important to remember what is the feeling that the users and the players are getting. And if you've got that feeling and players are getting that, that's kind of what we look for. And that's kind of what we do when we do a test internally with our team, when we get data and we see things. It's so much about that feeling.
Thanks, Sean. For Michelle, you've built more than one mobile game. Maybe could you kindly what genres are these games in, and which of those particular games have you seen a big uptake from across the continent?
Okay, we built uh, for Nokema Game Studio. We are still polishing the game before launching it. So we have Afro Warriors, who is fighting games, and Petit Goal. Petit Goal is a a teeny football player game. Yeah, Africa is a country of who like football and sport. So we in our different country in Cameroon, Nigeria, Gabon, we usually have small party of game where we play without complicated rule. When we want to play, we just take a ball and go in a stadium, even a small stadium, and start playing. So petty goal is a, a soccer game, and Afuara is a fighting games. Both are for mobiles, Android and iOS.
Okay, thanks so much. So we come to the exciting part of the panel. Everyone loves discussing money. So for Sean, as a publisher, are you guys investing? For a studio, at what level should they expect to be invested? Kindly share more about this.
Sure, no, absolutely. And it's important to be transparent. And so, as an example, we've raised $4 million to date, 1.5 in a pre seed and 2.5 in a seed round. And so everyone thinks, oh, great, they've got tons of money, living the dream. Not so much the case in the sense of approach, because the majority of that goes towards the scaling of games and the user acquisition. So, in terms of where we're at currently, we do offer a minimum guarantee. And what the minimum guarantee essentially means is that we provide a certain amount, and that amount ranges depending on the needs in the game. In order to help finish it off, and that's an amount that is guaranteed, irrespective of does the game perform, because it's always a risk at the end of the day, a so-called calculated risk. Uh, what we believe is that what we'd love to do is get in early on in the development life cycle of games, because especially as we hope to grow and be a major figure on the continent, we'd want to get in. But where we're at right now, we're probably about a year to 18 months away from that, fingers crossed at least, where we're currently focused on ready-made games with the retention metrics that we're looking for. And in order to then scale and grow, and once we are then able to stabilize, because we're the typical hyper growth startup, once we're able to stabilize, we can then get in earlier on in the development life cycle of games, utilize our team, engineers, resources, product managers to get in earlier on in the game. So we have a roadmap, but in order to get to the roadmap, we have to be strategic in order to ensure that we are able to help out. Because if we took our current funding and then in the short term invested in a lot of studios, but without then planning about scaling the games that we've currently signed, we're going to run out quite quickly. So it's all about being strategic. Having said that, there's certain funds that I know that are available, and if developers are wanting to reach out, I'm always pointing people towards certain funds and things that are already available, whether it's in Africa, whether it's globally, because I know how it is. I know that funding the game is often the most challenging part. And I'm a big believer in, if you don't try, you never know. So why not apply to the various funds that are available? Because you might so called get lucky and get supported. And from that, you can really build a bit of a franchise.
Thanks, Sean. Um, so for Michelle, kindly share your funding journey. Have you received any funding? Have you bootstrapped? How has it been? And maybe for those who are listening, there could be an investor on this session. What are some of the ways that you foresee them coming in to support a studio like yourself?
Okay. Um, Before launching the that that venture, I I had an experiences 5 years before 5 years earlier with a friend and we launched a company, and finally we learned from our mistake. So when I launched Nokema in 2016, I think in consideration that making video games take time and take a lot of money. And in Africa, there are a lot of people who are excited by what we are doing, but it's not easy to join the venture and to give us money to fund our project. So I started the company and I launched a dedicated uh, department to work on the outsource project for other company. So that is still until now my main income resource. Oh, okay. When we launch, some partner join the company as a shareholder and bring some fund in the venture. And during the 2 first years of the venture, we had the opportunity to have a partnership with MTN Group, who significantly bring fund uh, for the development of Afro Warriors um, and Petit Gold. So that is how we are funding our activities until now.
Um, sorry. So I believe from what we've gathered today, there's still a lot of work that needs to go into building the ecosystem, preparing the developers, as well as getting long-term funding. Um, before we move into the Q&A session, excuse me, I'm sure there's someone on the listening. I do see some questions coming in. What does the look from where you sit, Sean? What does the future of Africa within the gaming space look for you?
Sure. So I'm really excited for the scene. It's a big personal passion of mine to see more success cases. I'm often making introductions, trying to do what I can, because ultimately you need to have that mindset of looking for the bigger picture in mind. Because we're a mobile game publisher, everyone's thinking, oh, you're always going to say, go with a publisher, do this, that. No, that's actually not what I tell people at all. I believe in finding the right kind of fit. Some people ask about self publishing versus publishing. And what I say is it all depends on one's skill set and what one is able to do, and just providing that general advice and doing more panels and doing more discussions and connecting with more people such as this, because it's so important. If we can continue doing this and growing things and working together, we're just going to go from strength to strength. It's something that I've done in the past where I've organized a few $1,000s worth of tickets to international events and sent it to developers I know across the continent. And that's great because people may not have been able to afford these kind of conferences. And so I try use any international ties that I can in order to bring that to the continent, whether it's tickets, whether it's exposure, whether it's various skill up sessions, whatever it may be, because if we can do this and we can continue to do it, we're going to have a lot of success, I believe at least.
Thanks. Michelle, what does for the future look like for you as a gaming studio based out of Cameroon, but I believe perhaps with expansion plan?
Yes, I don't understand what please. Can you repeat
Sorry.
the question, please?
I'm saying, yes, sure. Yeah. So earlier we mentioned that Africa is a big market. The future for video games is looking bright. For you, what would you say as a developer on the continent? What does the future look like for you? Perhaps both as a studio and maybe what the market possibilities on the continent can offer.
This year, 2020 had a lot of bad period and exciting step for the video game industry in Africa. During the previous 5 months, we had a lot of events and session with experts around all the continent. And due to COVID, everything was online. But the amazing part is that the global opinion, the global audience is currently focused on what we are trying to do in Africa. I think that Africa is the future for the video game industry, and I invite entrepreneur, creative people, developers to join and start making and start creating. It's definitely time to become a game developer.
Okay, thanks so much, Michelle. Thanks so much, Sean, for such an engaging session. I do know we are almost coming to the top of the hour. I'd like to open this up to people from the audience who have questions. I do see one. Perhaps this goes to you, Sean. How do you deal with user acquisition campaigns?
Sure. So ultimately, in terms of the user acquisition campaign, it's about testing out how the approach is going to go. So typically, how it works is you do what's called a soft launch, and you gain various metrics and you build it up and you stagger it up, because there you start to work out what is called your CPI, which is cost per install. And effectively, what you're looking at doing is driving down those costs, and then growing your potential in terms of your LTV, which is your lifetime value of your users. And so ultimately, it's about doing various approaches. We go through the typical channels like Facebook and Google Ads, and using Unity as well. Ultimately, it's typically about finding the right kind of fit and finding what is your strategy, what is your approach. You might have a game that is very IP driven, and then therefore you're going to have a lot of organic downloads, and then therefore that's going to change your ratios, and it's going to change your approach and how you focus on your scale. You might have a game that is mid-core to hardcore, so your cost per user is going to be very expensive. But when you get those users, these are users that spend quite a lot of money. And so as a result, it's about finding the balance, assessing the game, and taking it from there.
Amazing.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Sean. I don't know if there's anyone who has any questions. I think um, the same gentleman is asking, I believe, what's the KPI you're looking for as a publisher, D1, D7, D30, etc.
Sure. Again, genre dependent, but the typical benchmarks are day one, 40%, day seven, 20%, day 30, 10%. Just an additional note, people just an additional note, people who are in the hyper casual space, uh, your day one retention is going to be higher than that. And the reason being is the game is very ad driven and very intensive in terms of mass people at scale. So as a result, you're going to need to have higher retention. And so while we don't focus on that, I always like to share a bit of insight because hyper casual has been very prevalent globally over the past year.
Thanks. There is no other question. Perhaps to Michelle, a lot of people would want to play your game. Is it available on all platforms? How can they be able to find your game?
Yeah, the game is currently available on the dedicated website of the games, but we will put it on the Play Store during during the month. Yeah, currently it's available of playapoaria.com/demo.
Okay. Thanks so much. So, I think last but not least, Um, for me, it's to say it's been a pleasure hosting this panel session with you both. I do hope that for those who are listening, that it's been a productive session for you. At least being able to see how this looks like, both from a studio as well as from a publisher perspective. I believe Feza has more sessions in store that are able to help a studio be able to map out the journey of a game developer and how to be successful. I have been your host, Douglas Ogeto. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to the rest of you enjoying the rest of the session that Feza has. Thank you.
Continue watching great sessions by great speakers.
Hi everyone. My name is Victor, and I'm working at the French Dakar Institute. And we're really glad to have with us these five studios that have created some games in Africa. And we wanted to address what type of games to conquer the African market. And in order to do that, I would really like to present you a platform that we've created with the Kaifo Game Studio, which is Afro Game Immersion. Afro Game Immersion is an initiative that will, in time, valorize as much as possible the different games that are created in Africa. Today we have different countries, different type of games, and it would be with pleasure that we will discover them thanks to the platform. So the platform is real simple. It's a platformer, which is mobile, and you can go through the universe with your small character. This year, the platform has been designed to represent the city of Dakar, because we are at the French Institute of Dakar. But next year, maybe another country will host the Afro Game Immersion, or in the various months that are to come, we will have this other universe. So we will discover the first game that we have selected in the platform. We have 7 games today, and the first one is, when I enter this first door, Kawaida's Journey from the studio Cultural Games, that is represented today by Kolja Bob, which is the CEO of Cultural Games. Hello, Kolja.
Hello.
How are you?
Very fine. Thanks very much for inviting me here. Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Sure. Hi, Koja.
Yeah, okay, great.
Perfectly. And so, would you even tell us, like, what was the first initiative of Kawaida's Journey? Why you have created this game?
So it's kind of personal story because I lived for 1 year in Tanzania on Zanzibar Island, and I worked there, and I made a lot of friends, and I experienced a very rich culture and also living experience, which is not really known in Germany or even European countries, because all the information we have is coming from the mass media news, and it's mainly about catastrophes and yeah, bad things. So when I came back, even some friends of mine, they asked me, oh, okay, you've been in Africa, and how was it there? And all the people are poor, and all the people are suffering, and that's not true. So what we try to do with the game is to attract some attention on the Swahili culture. So in this case, especially for East Africa, for Tanzania, or even Kenya, and to show a more differentiated view of the daily life and the stories. And so our game is mainly for children and the youth. It is about a small vervet monkey who is trying to find his family, and is taking you on a journey through Tanzania. So level by level, you experience some of the really existing places. You're visiting really existing places, and we have a small encyclopedia implemented in the game, and there you can get some background information about the environment, about certain places, and about some cultural aspects. But so in my view as a game researcher and a game designer, gameplay has to be in the first place. So our game is not a serious game or a learning game. That's why we have invented the name cultural game. because it is a fun gameplay experience. But on the way, when you're traveling Tanzania, you can get some site information, and if you want, you can get more background information, because we linked Wikipedia articles to our topics in the encyclopedia. And we also put in some as gameplay challenges, some sustainability issues like deforestation, plastic trash, and music and traffic. So all different kind of cultural and ecological topics. And yeah, I can also say, yeah, it's a personal story, and because I lived there, and my little roommate was a small vervet monkey, and his name was Kawaida. And Kawaida means normally, naturally. And I think this is a really great term for our approach in the game design for this project, because we don't want to have yeah, maybe experience some negative things or stuff like that. We want to create it a fun game with a nice and fun experiences. And in making the game, we were worked hand in hand with um, artists, musicians, and developers from Tanzania, and non-profit organizations.
Excellent. That's a really great job. So we are seeing the concept art on the screen, and so what I understand from your game is a way of changing mindsets, a way of attracting the youth into a game. And do you know, like, last question is second and last question to have time for everybody. Do you have lots of downloads in Tanzania? So people that are rediscovering or re-exploring their country through the game?
Unfortunately not. So I hope your platform will bring some more traffic.
Okay, no, that's perfect. So that's the way it should work. This whole platform began with also a concept that in Africa or in Africa, given a study that we followed, Africans are not don't are not aware that so many games exist and so many good games exist representing their own countries. We say Africa, but it was for Senegal and Ivory Coast, and so we really want to promote those games to the African audience or African market. So many thanks.
Thank you very much.
I'm moving towards the platform again, and so we're moving. Ooh,
And if I could add just one thing, you can also find a picture of the real Kawaida in the credits of the game. So if you download the game and look to the credits, you can see the real living Kawaida, and it's made in loving memory.
okay, that's cool. We'll
No
see. We stick to
royalties
that.
paid in bananas or something.
And so we have as a second game, a game which is called Asante War, which is a 2D platformer made by Jesse, which is with us, who is with us. He's from Ghana. How are you, Jesse?
I'm good, and you?
Very fine. And so, can you tell us a bit more about the game and why you have created it? It's like a second adventure action game that we have in the platform. So it's quite the same, but with more of a warrior and a queen, a story inside it. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about it.
Well, exactly. It's a combination of all of that actually. So it's a simple 2D platformer adventure game about a warrior, a brave woman warrior or a queen warrior called Asantua, who actually lived in the past. So this game is actually based off a true event or past event. So it talks about a brave warrior who had to fight and rebel against the British colony. This is somewhere in the 1900s to prevent them from taking away their sacred golden stool. And this tool is believed to be the soul of the people of the Ashanti Kingdom. So, and it's made entirely of gold, and it was conjured from the heavens by their chief priest. So, I mean, the British at the time wanted to take this away, but she was the only brave person who stood up to the British to prevent them from taking the golden stool away. So it's a retell of her story in the form of a 2D platformer game.
Okay, and it must have been really exciting to have a female character too in terms of like main characters. Really nice to have that, and I really we really
Yeah,
appreciate it. And I really found this game really exciting in the all the universe that it has. Maybe
yeah.
can you tell us more about like the beginning, the launch, the publishing of the game? How did it go? Was it like well received by the market? How did it went?
Well, it actually went well. We had a launch. So this wasn't just a game, it was a game and a comic book actually. So
Okay,
we put it out there as, yes, in the form of a game and a comic book. So I have the comic book here. I don't know if you can all see.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. So we had a launch and we put it out there, and people really, loved it. It was all over, um, the online media pages when we put it out, and blog sites were picking it up and sharing and all of that. So we realized people really love the fact that they were seeing a game like this, which they don't see more often, where they're seeing a character that they all seem to know about and they can relate with, translated in a form of a video game or a mobile game that they can play and have fun with. So people really accepted it very well.
okay. Many thanks, Jesse, for being here, and we will broadcast this platform so that we can have more viewers, maybe not only in Ghana but also in all the surrounding countries. Maybe you have something to add, or we can move to the next game.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, hopefully this platform, like you're saying, would help get more downloads for our game, because we don't really have so much downloads because there's not so much out there yet. But hopefully a platform like this would help, put the game out there. And the whole idea or vision behind it was to use this to tell the African story and to change the whole narrative. Like Koja was saying at the beginning, when people think of Africa, usually what comes to mind is comments or reports about crisis, about corruption, and all of that, which in some ways are true. But gradually, we can tell that the narrative is shifting or is changing. And these days, the conversation is more of technology, urbanization, innovation, and all of that. That's the new Africa. And this is our little, contribution that we're also doing to help change the narrative and make Africa, you know, as it should be. So yeah,
Exactly. Thank you very much. We're going out of your studio in the platform, and this is becoming to be a bit more
okay,
tricky because we are going to the clouds to this other studio, which is really known. They have been excused and they couldn't be part of our panel today. But Kiro Games developed the game Lorraine, which is a mix between Teams and Quantum Dream. So it's you are a person going into an administration and trying to climb up the administrative ladder and trying to become more and more independent. So it's a really fun game and with a mindset which is quite different from the others. And I think they could have had many things to tell us about how to address the market because they have proposed a content that is quite innovative. So you can discover it in the platform too. And they're coming from Cameroon. And this is the part where we are. No, came back down. All right. So there's another door up of that building, and we're going to discover another game, which is Clean My Beach by Kaifo. So I have to say that we're really proud to have Kaifo in the platform, such as long as they have developed and designed the platform. I really appreciated working with them. And so Julien, which is with us, could maybe tell us a bit more on this Clean My Beach game that they developed from Senegal.
Hi everyone, thank you, Victor. Thanks for having us. Yeah, so Clean My Beach is a game about environment protection, about climate change, but a dramatic fact that you can withdraw every time you go to the beach in Senegal. It's full of plastics, of microplastics. Sometimes, I have kids, and sometimes I will not allow them to go swim because the ocean is too polluted. So it all comes down to this dramatic fact, and we wanted to talk about it, to raise awareness about this situation that is not normal, but in a fun way, in a way where players could have fun with nice and enjoyable graphics, and with a nice gameplay as well. So it's a mobile game. It's inspired by popular titles with a mechanic of. So the player will be actually in charge of cleaning the beach by throwing the waste that is lying on the sand on the beach into trash bins. And doing that, he will restore the natural ecosystem, and animals will come back gradually on the beach. And also everything that the player collects will be available to put in a machine and recycle it into new object. Nice, nice, Koja. It's a fun game about a dramatic topic that is trying to reach out to mainly young crowd, and to deliver a simple message is that everyone can do something about it. This situation is not normal. You can, grab some plastic on the beach and put it in a trash. You can bring your plastic to a company that will recycle it. There are things you can do. So we wanted to turn that in a video game, and this is how Clean My Beach was born.
And so, if I can complete what you said, and maybe the others speakers can interact with us, but from what Paul said, you were both on a really young audience, trying to give them the tools to open their mind on their country, on their traditions, and on their assets. And so it's a really good way to give them some insights and everything. So really congratulations for that, and it's really a big pleasure to have this game into the platform.
Thank you,
And
Victor.
I have to say that the platform itself, you can discover the studio, but you can also contact the studio. So we have integrated a link directly to give feedback on the game, or maybe contact the studio. Maybe if you like the designs, you can contact them if you like it, or anything. And then on the screen, you can reach what we call the mamelles in the character. The translations in English, I don't have it. I have to tell you. And so we're coming back to Purple Games because I changed the platform. So I'm going back to the beginning with Space Spirit Gaming from Natasha Shiwara, who is with us, coming from Zimbabwe, and that developed this battle of emojis in the platform. Do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly well. Can you hear me?
Ah, cool, cool.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to tell us a bit more on this snack game that you developed, why you created it, how you did it, and what is the, how to say, the reception from the market that you've observed from now.
Okay, so firstly, history I created it. The first motivation is that I generally love things. So then I also love emojis, and I believe that many people really love emojis. So when I wanted to create something different because emojis are seen on social media platforms and they help us communicate. But then I wanted to integrate them into my game as something that's different. And the difference is that on pastry, my emojis are actually warriors and they have fury hats and they Fury has, and I just love the way I designed them to enable people to see a difference. Like emojis, general emojis are just general emojis, but I designed them in such a way that they're warriors. They have they're in a battle. They want to save other emojis because the goal of the game is to make sure that they save emojis which are trapped by the cells. So the goal in the game is to make sure that you match all emojis before the timer hits zero so that you escape the cells. So the warriors of the game are the main characters. And there's also the other part of the game whereby I made sure emojis fall out of the sky, and a user can actually tap them in order to make sure that they escape the cells without being detected. And basically, I feel like the battle for phase three was something that I wanted to show to the world, like just getting my imagination into the world. Like I needed my own game to just, dominate the market and also to motivate other people like girls and women who want to start gaming and history being a starting point in order to show people you can actually do it in Africa and you can make your own games and all that. So history has been actually I'll just say stepping stones as I said before and to be honest, it was difficult making it, but I believe that with time it's going to be greater than it is right now. So that's basically what phase three is all about.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
fun game. Actually, yeah, I've tried it and it's kind of complicated, but you can with mobile. It's really fun. You've had like many downloads. Did you have had some feedbacks from your audience, from the community that has done the game?
So yeah, I have had like 200 downloads or so. But then I've had feedback from people. For example, if there are areas in the platform, they tell me, and I actually got a lot of feedback when I actually updated the game when I added like the spider cell. That's another part of the game right now. When I added that part, people are like, even young kids can now play the games like the spider cell. People are now playing that part and they're enjoying it. They're saying it's easier now, and it's for all age groups. And I even
Okay,
tested it on a little kid, and he actually enjoyed it that part because they can actually easily navigate through the game by themselves on that part of the game, and the older population can also play the three matching game. So I believe that it satisfies a large part of the population, even kids, even older people. So I really feel like it's really
okay. Thank you very much. I think
okay.
in the selection of the only say snack games such as I would say Candy Crush or something, it was interesting to have this one too, and it might be also the only one which is not talking about, let's say, African traditions and everything. It's like only emojis, so it's pure, I would say, digital product because we need to have that also. So many thanks. So we're leaving your studio, which was here, and going to. We're moving as quickly as the taxi. Just to say the speed of the Dakar are really slow. And we are in Kenya with Uziku Games, with Jay Shapiro, which is with us, and has developed the game that he will give us a bit more information on. It's also a platformer, a bit like Jesse's Asantewa, but I would like to have a bit of his feedbacks on the game and the stream.
Thanks. I'm delighted that our little studio in the game is the beach hut. We got the nicest property
Yeah.
in the property.
The other
So,
Michelle has the best.
so
actually
thank you.
played at this point.
I'm delighted to be amongst so many sort of talented game studios from across Africa. We're definitely of the belief that when you talk about games in Africa, that Africa doesn't exist. We're made up of 54 different countries and so many different cultures. And a big part of what we try and do at Asiku Games here in Kenya is to create games that celebrate those different cultures. And so we're working our way around the continent. We created actually, like Jesse, we created one celebrating the Ashanti Kingdom using Adinkra symbols in the game. We had another one from Turkana, and then the one that you see here today is celebrating the Maasai warriors that you see across Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. And what we try and do is to create games that have a gameplay modality that feels familiar to the player, but then we give it a little bit of local spice. So in the case of this game, it's platformer, very sort of Super Mario kind of style, but it's really a celebration of the Maasai culture. And so Calvin Lichungu is one of our designers. He did all of the illustrations that you see in the game. I think he did a fantastic job capturing what the Maasai warrior culture is. And essentially, you work your way through the platform collecting cattle bells, because cattle are the form of wealth inside the Maasai culture. You're also collecting bead jewels that also adorn the women as a symbol of wealth within the culture. The enemies that you're fighting are sort of the witch doctors that are common in the culture, as well as the black ravens that are seen as sort of evil or bad symbols. And then the final boss is a large red bull that again comes from the cultural legends within the Maasai Kingdom. And so this is a great example of one of our games that tries to capture an individual culture, exploring it, celebrating it, and then sharing it with our players across the continent. All of our games like this one are HTML5, so you can play it within this platform, but also on any smartphone or PC or tablet, that sort of thing. Nothing to install, nothing to download.
That's wonderful, and I really appreciate that. We given this question that was what type of game to address, conquer, to the African or every African market. I think we are more talking about these local markets that are keen on playing games that are presenting their local culture, and as one of the main aspect that we can have three games with an action adventure gameplay, talking content, different traditions. It's a totally different game because it talks to different persons on out of the. So thank you very much, Jay, for being in this platform, having you. Moving the last, I have to go on full screen because the really complicated part to go towards Nokema because it's one Nokema studio. So you have to take the so, don't go into the water and go to this beautiful to discover this last but not least studio, which is no. We have Michel with us to talk a bit about Afro Warrior stuff, the previous Feja Feja dream, and you were talking about a bit about this. What is interesting? One of the first versus fighting game in Africa. Am I right? Maybe you can develop your speech about this game.
Hello.
Hi,
Okay,
Michel.
yeah, hi. It's a pleasure to be here with you and talk about video games. So the creative Nokema, and we found this Nokema Game Studios and joint play games. Nokema Game Studios is currently developing Afro Warriors. Afro Warriors, a fighting games featuring gods from the African pantheon. And with the game, we try to bring gods from the whole Africa in the project. Gods from Nigeria, gods from Ghana, from Egypt, Morocco, South Africa in the project. So you will you will see those several gods, divinity, and even legends inspired by all those countries. When we start the project, the idea was to create a video games, a video fighting games. I grew up playing fighting games like Street Fighter, like Mortal Kombat, like King of Fighter, and I I always want to create a games where we will see African characters well done and African environment was the first motivation to release demo of the games. You download it on our platform. So we plan to release it on the Play Store during the coming months. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate to end this panel with this game because it's really representing the way we can integrate in a single game all these different cultures, and I really appreciate it. And we can say that it's a different of game that. Are you? I have a question, but are you concerned about the fact that people are willing or not to consume this type of games, such as fighting games? Do you know if there's like a will of playing those games? We talk a lot about soccer games or driving, but are fighting a type of game that is needed or wanted on the African market? What have you observed on that question?
Okay, I think that we don't need to specify a to have a specific type for Africa. We can build every kind of Africa based on our colors, our ethics, our culture, and in several orientation, we can have games based uh, on on football, game on based on racing, on RPG, even hyper casual games, but taking inspiration on Afro cultures.
Mhm. Okay, this is the important part: is
Yeah.
to integrate to the African culture. So it might be the conclusion of the discussion. We have arrived to the end of this platform. I go into the water in order to finalize my. No, we can't go into the water. But I really want to thank every studio which has participated to this session, which was kind of the reveal session of this platform, which is Africa Immersion. We will launch it no next week with the full, let's say the full server and everything in order to finalize some of the graphic aspects. I think it was a real good pleasure to show you this platform today. And really, Kolja, Jesse, Natasha, Shell, Jay, and Julien, thank you for your time. For addressing this. You can raise your glass of water. I can raise my bottle of water if you want. But cheers to you all, and thank you very much to Feja for this opportunity, having us on this VMix platform. And I don't know how to end this. We started with the countdown. If we have to do a countdown again, in order to. But hi, everyone, and have a great.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It's a pleasure for me to welcome here today. We have a great panel ahead of us. It was very, very difficult to get all of these three guys together because these guys are insanely successful. But we are very lucky today to have three of the pioneers of the industry, and I'm really happy to be here today. So what we're going to discuss today is the emergence of video game in Africa, the video game industry in Africa. When we look at the numbers, 150, 170 billion dollars, I mean, the numbers are just insane. People look at it and say, okay, at some point, Africa, which has about 1.3 billion people, will come into play and will definitely become a champion. But how is that going to happen? Who are some of the people who are the movers and shakers of the industry, and how is this going to evolve? So today we're going to talk about the past, we're going to talk about the present, and we're also going to talk about the perspectives of the industry. Guys, thanks again for being here today. So let's just go around the table, and I want you guys to introduce yourselves and tell us where you're coming from. I mean, looking at the video game industry, you guys started a while back. How did you start, and how was it in the back? Let's start with Aram.
Yeah, Sadiq, thanks for the wonderful introduction, and I must still put on the record that you are the bigger man. Yes, my name is Iram Tawia, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Letty Arts, which is one of the pioneers of video game the video game industry in Africa. We are in Ghana and Kenya. My co-founder is Wesley Kirinya. He's also another pioneer. And I think we put ourselves as pioneers with my other colleagues here because we started around I think, full-time video game development around 2009 officially. But way back from my childhood, I think I've loved video games since I was in nursery school, growing up, comics and all that. So I started developing games in junior high school because I wanted to make video games for my comics. I used to draw comics. My dad was an art professor. So in primary school, I used to write my stories and force him to illustrate. So he was my first illustrator. And in junior high school, I got a friend who together we built comics. So because of my love for superheroes, Green Lantern, Superman, I had those comic books. I saw that they advertised Super Nintendo and Atari, all these games within those comics. So I wanted to have these advertisements of games in my comics. And that's how come I started building video games. And fast forward till now, we are still making games and comics, which is a childhood passion. So we are just living the passion, pushing in and growing a whole new industry. But technically, Letty Arts takes this particular passion, comics and games, because they move hand in hand and they push the same industry, building superheroes out of African history and folklore, because Africa has a lot of history that needs to be digitized, and we believe that games are the only great way to preserve culture for the next 100 years or next generation. And also, since we also came from a gaming background and an artistic background, we are able to absorb better. I learned everything about the Nordic god Thor because I saw Thor as part of the Avengers, right? So if we are able to push Shaka Zulu or Yasantwa in Kuma, all these big African guys in that format as part of a group called Africa's Legends, then we can craft new us for the future, right? And preserve culture in a cool way and sell African stories globally. So that is the mission of Letty Arts. And through that, we believe games enable other industries, they bring other opportunities into a continent, and bringing arts and science together to create other opportunities, other job sectors for the populace. And that is why Letty Arts has been built. That is our vision. And together, I know we can make this a reality to create a whole new industry for Africa. So
Wow.
that's our mission.
That's why I call him Big Boss.
Oh,
Let's now move to the guru, Mr. Obi. Mr. Obi, tell us.
Yeah, hi. My name is Hugo from Malia Games in Lagos, Nigeria. So we started back in 2012 to build casual African-inspired games for mobile. So my inspiration was mainly more around the entertainment possibilities, the entertainment and the commercial possibilities of this form of digital content. I have a background in economics and business. I worked in finance for a little bit, and ventured into game development because there are huge numbers for this type of content. Back in 2010, when we started seeing smartphone penetrations, smartphone created a new form of media consumption, and obviously with consumption comes commercial business opportunities. And this is a trend that we've been looking at. So in Nigeria, for instance, we have roughly about 200 million people. In Africa, we have over 1 billion. When you look at the percentages in terms of the number of people who have smartphones and then the types of content that they consume on their smartphones, this is what this is what drives what we do. So getting our content to end consumers, building games that people can relate with, and leveraging our location, our position in Africa to kind of like build consumer products for this marketplace. As a game developer, obviously, you can build your games for a global audience. And Iram touched on the cultural and historic values that are like embedded within some of these games that are designed. The challenge that you have as a content creator is trying to communicate a culture or a history that you don't fully understand, that you're not present in, can be quite difficult. So there could be misrepresentation. And I think Alan touched on this during his keynote address. So we as Africans, being present in Africa and understanding the African market, are actually best positioned to create the best form of content. We've seen this trend happen in movies, in Nigeria specifically with Nollywood. We've seen this happen with music, and I'm sure when Walid speaks, he would also touch on some of those cultural significance happening within their different regions. So creating an industry or having an industry that can create content for the local market is actually extremely important. It's a strategic value, it's a strong value add, and it creates options for the consumers. So this is the motivation for us. This is what we're trying to drive at, and we obviously are leveraging the best tools. We're leveraging the best technologies. We're leveraging the best processes to target our products, firstly for people around our geography, and then subsequently we can then try to export that to the world and like tap into the global market. So that's kind of like, that's where we sit.
Wow, that's great. Walid, my friend, tell us about your long history. Because Walid has done so many things that. Please tell us.
I'm trying to make it quite short. Yes, yeah. I mean, I've been in video games since. I mean, I remember, but in a professional way, we started actually not developing games. I started organizing esport tournaments, and that was back in 2004. I was student, first year in university, and we created perhaps the first startup in esports in the whole region. Even in Europe and the US, when you say at that time, hey, we are doing esport tournaments, people say, what? This is crazy. You guys are fools. And what is this? I mean, what is esports? We only know sports. So, and we went quite successful, actually. We started in Tunisia, and then we expanded. We also got a lot of servers online. So for Counter-Strike, for Warcraft 2, we tried also to get in touch with Blizzard, etc., to have this regional community. And then we quickly expanded to Europe and to the US. So we got 5 years. It was amazing and super, super exciting. I never got a normal, let's say, student life. I was studying and then working and sleeping in the office and traveling and imagine calling your professor saying, hey, sorry, I have a business travel, I cannot pass the exam. And the guy is saying, what are you telling? That was quite exciting, let's call it like this. But the year of my graduation, everything stopped. Actually, I was expecting graduation to move to the next level because actually, we were organizing lots of events around games that we did not have the ownership. And at that time, I had the declic. I said, okay, the real value is in the content creation and in the game creation. I am engineer by training, so by curriculum. And so I spent 2 years trying to find people that would like to build games. In 2009, 2011, it's not like today. Today, you just go anywhere in the internet and find nice tutorials and things to build games. 2009, that was quite something. Especially we were under censorship in Tunisia, so even YouTube wasn't available. So we had to use some kind of routes to access to the content. But it was so at that time, Digital Mania was born, 2011, with the vision of making games, casual games, for the competitive world. So we wanted to see normal people, not hardcore players, so casual people, playing games at a high level in competition. Of course, being successful organizing events doesn't mean you're good developing games. So it took us a lot of time to learn, to know, to have the magic recipe, or at least to start to getting really close to it. And so we did a lot of things. We did games for advert games. So, and which is fun that perhaps we are more known with the advertisement agencies than with the video game studios or in the video game world. We've been super successful, and today we have a hit with a game for business and for team buildings. So it's a serious game. It's a business game made for team buildings and very precise and specific sessions. And it's a worldwide hit. It's been played by all the big names: Google, Apple, KPMG, whatever in the world. So we did 125 games in 7 years. And then Digital Mania became a Frankenstein, meaning that mastering the video game engine, you're actually able to do anything. You can do animation, you can do games, you can do apps, you can do everything. And so I just decided to stop, but my board said, no, no, don't stop, do whatever you want to do. And at that time, 2018, we decided to go back to the first vision, which is making games that casual people can go competitive. And that's why now we are working on the Marshmallows.
Wow, this is just amazing. I mean, for all the people that are listening to us today, I think it's just that shows you that all of these different individuals went, started a long time ago, and they're still in the industry, and that's great because that means that we're moving forward, and there's a lot of things that are going to happen in the future. Guys, I want you guys now to tell me a little bit more about your perspectives in terms of, I mean, not the perspective yet. I want you guys to tell me a little bit more about what are some of the main differences that you see between the African markets and, let's say, European markets or US market or Asian market, and where are the gaps that we need to fill as industry professionals. So let me start with Hugo.
Yeah, sorry. So I think in my observation, I think I'll just focus on a single area: data. So I feel like the European companies or the American companies or the Western companies are more data centric, right? They focus on data in a way that I think that we are just starting to realize that a lot of the decisions that you make with the games are data driven. So for instance, typically when we start building out content, we spend maybe the best part of 3 months developing, a month testing, and then we release it to market, right? Most of our compatriots would have done like fast iterations in the first like 2 or 3 weeks, release the product to market, and actually focus on specific metrics like your D1, D7 retention, your CPI cost, your ROAS, and use that to determine if this is a project that they should continue to develop or if they should tank it and move on to something else. So building data into the product development or the product design or into the company development, I think is kind of like what we are starting to do now. That maybe like 12 months ago, we don't understand what it means. And there's a lot of like advanced analytics tools that a lot of like most of these game development studios have access to and use to make design decisions, right? So that for me is a key difference, or that particular area is one that I've actually observed and we are starting to learn. I mean, obviously, some of these studios have years of experience. They hire people from different sectors, and they've been able to leverage some of the successes in other areas and apply them to gaming. And we are just kind of like figuring our way through as we go along. But this I think would hopefully help us become a little bit more competitive.
Wow. And you touched on something that's very interesting is data. And that maybe leads to another question that I would ask Walid. In terms of approach, do you think African game developers or African game studios, because they're not just developers, African game studios have the right approach in the way they develop their games? For you, there's been doing a lot of things in Tunisia, but also in Europe. What's your feeling on that?
I think that I agree with Hugo about the data and the accessibility for the data. The issue is we don't have a unified market in Africa. So if you compare it to Europe, if you just when you see how people want to address the European markets. When you talk about it, it's a one market, because you publish in France, you have a German, Finnish, wherever everybody can play. If I publish in Tunisia, only Tunisian will be able to play. And even if I publish on Google Play, or I'm not sure that all the countries will be able to even, I'm not sure that they'll be able to monetize. And this is today the biggest challenge that we have. And we've been working a lot on the B2B market, not because we like working on the B2B, but it was some kind of obligation that we got if we wanted just to stay alive and continue doing what we want to do, from where we are, of course, from Tunisia and all this. So we need to better understand the market. I'm not sure that the consumer market is one unified market. I'm sure, definitely not. Perhaps the B2B market can be something good. I'm all the time advocating about the B2B market, because a lot of studios today are seeing it some kind of shame, perhaps, not working on games for companies, etc. But believe me, if we are still here and we have all the expertise that we have, and in the same time we are not doing websites or not doing apps or whatever CRM things, we're still doing games, and with the whole process of game creation, and the challenge still the same. But in the same time, you need money to come to the studio. You need to build processes. You need to build skills around this. So understanding the market, it's fine. Dreaming of being super successful with the consumers is amazing. Everybody is dreaming about this. But also you need to understand from where you are doing the games, and what are the possibilities that you have. Being super sure that being in Africa making games is not like being in the US or in Europe or something else, because we don't have the same tools.
Wow. Iram, Wally just talked about something that's very important, is market. Today, we are on a topic of the emergence of the video game industry in Africa. So I think a lot of people, especially the ones who are not living in Africa, wonder whether there's a market in Africa or not. What's your take on that? And how do you think it's possible for anybody, whether local or outside people who are interested in the market, to monetize the games or the productions that they make?
Yes, I think Hugo and Walid have said all the right things, and highlighted all the challenges as well. But one of the things that I would mention before I dive into your question is that, Africa is in blocks as well. We have the North, we have the South. So the South has a lot of white influence. The North is close to Europe, so you are able to at least have certain relationship with Europe as well. And then we have the South region, which is us, like the sub-Saharan region, which also has a lot of different dynamics. But there are some major blocks that cut across, as Walid mentioned, in terms of monetization of the game industry, but no game has made money yet. We are all trying to now unlock that bit. But what actually qualifies as revenue for a game company is the games that we make for clients, B2B. And as I speak, we are deploying a game for a client as well, right? And that's what keeps the company going. And that's the business model that I think Hugo, Walid, and I would confirm that it's a good business model for Africa in terms of financing and progressing in the video game industry. We won't do CRMs, we won't do banking apps, though you have the competence, we make games. So long as you are making a game for a client and getting paid, you are happy in terms of it's driving the gaming industry forward. So in terms of market, that is a market. B2B is a proven market on the continent. Whether the clients will pay the right monies for the games, we are still yet to get there, because the market is very new, and even the established way of making money in the gaming industry here also needs to be iterative, right? You need to now start psyching the client. So a client may sacrifice a billboard budget and make a game. And that billboard budget might not make a game, might not pay for all the game, but you can take that and make something. The next time, the client will take data and increase that budget and probably give you 3 billboard budgets, or this time maybe a TV ad and give that budget to you as a game. So we are trying to now brainwash the clients on the continent that games are the best way to deploy stuff and get data and see what is happening. Like there's a game we are launching right now towards our election, and it's the Firebase and the Google Analytics, which I'm studying right now to see how many people are clicking this, how many people are reaching this level, and then tweaking accordingly, right? So that is how gaming is on Africa right now. Right? We've not gotten to the point where we are just going to have fun, make a Mortal Kombat game and beat each other to death and make fun. Every game now has to make sense on the continent. So that's the tier. In terms of the other side of consumer market, there's a gap. I think one of your questions was, what gap should we fill? Look, Africa this COVID has shown a lot of gap, knowledge gap, even the usage of technology. People don't even know how to use Microsoft Word. Like last time, one of my cousins, who is a lecturer in a school, in a university here, said students send him assignments by copying the body of a text in the subject area and click it send. Right? Like there is a knowledge gap, like even the usage of technology. People don't know how to use the tools even that we think they have, the phones. So when you make a game, the person doesn't even know how to subscribe for maybe something. How are they going to pay for your game or even understand in-app currency that they are going to use to build their characters and pay for the character and build the character? So there is that cultural disconnect, which we as game developers or game first movers of the industry, we have to invest in changing the culture, like building that cultural audience, then taking a subset of that audience and selling games to them, taking a subset of that audience again, and probably a bit of them will know how to pay, then taking a subset of that again. So we are crafting everything from scratch. So if an investor wants to come into Africa, these are the things they need to be prepared for. You know, it's a potential market. We are all living according to potential market. Every time I wake up and I see the young population and COVID is not killing us that much and people are strong and like it builds the hope.
It is the hope. Where is the hope, Iram? Come back. Come back with the hope.
The hope got lost into translation. You know, I think for those that are watching, this is the reality, you know, of a game developer on a regular basis. You know, having issues with internet but let me come back to you, Walid. You know, until we get Iram back. You touch on several very key and interesting points, and I think one of them was impact. What is your take on the kind of impact that African-made video games should have on the local consumers, but as well as in the world?
Sorry, my lights went off. So
we have him back. We have him back.
That is Africa for you. You need to go across these challenges. So it's all dark here. You can't see anything. You know, I'm all dark.
Wow, it's okay, it's okay. It looks a little bit like your game. You know, there's a game that you have where you see the superheroes. You know, that's what it is.
I'm in a dungeon right now, so you can only see my dark face.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay, so proceed. So I'm just ending it there. Then that is the challenge in Africa, right? There's a market, but potential market, and these are the challenges that we first movers are tackling. So when you come in, you need to join us to move it forward.
Wow. Walid, when Aaron was offline, I think my question was around what kind of impact do you think video games should have on the local, consumers, but as well as in the world?
Actually, we are coming from countries that all the time we've been exposed to content coming from from Europe, from US, even from Asia lately. A lot of Japanese content and South Asian content coming. So everybody is quite eager of seeing things. So I remember in 2012, we did this game with a small robot. Just in Tunisia during Ramadan, people consumes a lot of content because it's in the mood of that month, and people went just crazy because finally a game where a small robot, it was a runner, very simple one, he was talking in Tunisian, not even Arabic, because of course there is differences. In the Arab world there is a lot of dialects, and people just went crazy about the game because the character was speaking Tunisian. So people need to recognize themselves in the type of content. This is why today people talk about translation or perhaps localization, and I would like to add deep culturalization of the game. So the background that you are seeing behind me, which is something that been inspired from Tunisia in the game Marshmallows that we are doing, made actually the Tunisian very proud of the game. Even for now, it's not accessible, but they've been sharing it. We tried also to make it for Morocco, for Malta, all those countries that are not really used to have their own culture exposed. So on the local aspect, people will be very engaged, of course, and perhaps discovering some aspects of their own culture through the game. But on an international aspect of, I believe that we all know the small breads, round breads from the Japanese culture. We understood the bowl, the rices, and the sushi, and all the US culture came through movies and video games. So this is very important. So if tomorrow we are going to have a game that is emerging from the African or any other country, but with the deep cultural aspect and promotional, but in the same time without being like old fashioned. It needs to be modern. It needs to be Wakanda style. You see all this movement
Exactly.
coming. Like we are all proud of seeing a new continent coming down and not just talking about the old stuff. No, it's who talked about a future Africanism, I think, and this is a whole movement happening today. Is that all the youth are seeing Africa in 2050 or in 2070, and games today are able to show the vision that all the African people have about their community and society.
Wow. I think you touch on something that's very important is the future. So Hugo, maybe can you tell us, let's fast forward 10 years or maybe 20 years. Where is the video game industry going to be?
I don't know that I can reach 20 years. That's just way too far. Considering what's happened this year, right? I think anybody's all bets are off. But here's my take. One of the things that I also think that the West has over Africa is that they have a more uniformed approach, right? Everything is within the vicinity, right? The game engines, the distribution networks, the ad networks, like the consumer market, like access to like great infrastructure. We have seen a significant spike, right? To Walid's point, back in 2009, it was near impossible to learn how to develop, how to build games. I have met in the past couple of months, I have met people who have started game development in the last 12 months, right? And they've gone literally from zero to like really proficient within a very short space of time, right? So I think that the easier access to information is definitely going to help. That is one starting point, right? So people can learn new skills, people can apply those skills, right? So that's number one, talent, skills. The second is around access to markets, right? And that is extremely important. Now, I can't, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't for sure say how that is going to play out, but I think that is going to be critical, right? So, whether it is a Pan-African distribution platform or like a global platform that is really focused. So we're seeing moves, from Apple, we've been seeing moves from Google for a very long time, Unity, Unreal. So we're seeing the major players turn up, right, to have a conversation. But action is key, right? Being able to get this great content available to people, accessible to people, in front of people. If you go to the subways in San Francisco, you go to the subways in London, right? You would see billboards of games, right? Direct advertising, right? Now that is somewhere that we need to get to at some point where we can actually, like these are consumer products, right? The same way that people are advertised, like a bottle of soda, or people are advertised, like a sports betting platform. People should also be shown, a casual cultural game, right, that they can consume if they have data, right? And of course, the game has to be of good quality, but you also need to have a provider who is able to push that content to the end users, right? So I think like that's gonna be those two things, right? In terms of skills and access to market. That is what is going to change. In terms of the, like our stories are diverse, our stories are rich, our stories have a great degree of depth, right? We have our ancient history, we have our modern history, and so in terms of like the narrative or the content, I don't think that is where the challenge is going to come from. I think the challenge would be that do we have skilled people, or do we have enough skilled people who are motivated enough and incentivized enough to create content, right? That Walid rightly pointed out, there is a great appetite for.
Amazing. Aram, let me come back to you for a second. I think we've touched on a couple of very key points here, and in terms of the future, I believe one of the things that's very important is when you're looking at the panel, all three of you, I'm just a supporter, but when you look at it, all of the industry players locally can have the skills and can have the talent and can master everything needed to get to that level. But for today, we're seeing that a lot of the big players are looking at the continents. What would be your advice, or what would be your look on how a potential investor that's probably today listening in to us, or a potential partner, or one of those huge companies that would want to do something around video game in Africa, how should they go about the local industry players?
Yes, that's a really great question, and that crafts the future. And I think that falls also in the vision of the reason why we have the African Game Developers Association. That all this falls within us coming together as an association and streamlining how things have to happen on the continent in terms of all the experiences. Because if you are an investor coming to Africa, Africa is made up of a lot of countries with different cultures, trust me. I've been to Tunisia, Morocco, that is not Ghana. You go to Egypt, it's not Ghana. You go to Kenya, they have winter. Ghana, Nigeria, we are in Hamatan, right? And South Africa is not Africa. I was in South Africa, I'm like, you guys have this airport, you guys have this. So Africa is extremely diverse. So an investor comes, so I've invested in a game company in South Africa. South Africa? That is Europe, man, right? So what I just want to say is Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa is where the masses is, right? It's where we need to unlock. Like once we unlock the sub-region, to me, like the North and South would automatically make their billions first, because they are making the billion in Europe, jumping over us. But once we unlock sub-region, Walid will be Elon Musk.
So why are you talking in the future? He already is,
Right?
Big boss.
10 times because 1 billion people. So the secret is what the association is trying to lay out. The data, like we have a lot of data. Hugo has a lot of data, and like I have a timeline of all my fellow companies. Like Hugo, I know he said 2012. I know they did Flash games. I know the challenge. I know Kuluya started here, didn't make it. I know, well, like Waleed, like we all have data of each other, right? Olivier, and we all are doing business one way or the other. How much I charge for games might not be the same as what Figo charges or Wali charges. The association will standardize these things, right? We will share data, standardize stuff in terms of like entrepreneurship, right? If someone wants to start a game company, the guidance will be there. We are going to help them streamline stuff and do things. And telcos, I see telcos now becoming the distributors because they are willing to now partner people on the ground, right? I'm working with MTN. Olivier is working with MTN as well in Cameroon. I know Walid may have some ties with them as well. So there are different things. Orange is doing a lot in terms of that. So in the future, all these telcos are going to bring along their infrastructure. And we, the game companies with experience, are going to bring all our data, all our experience. And like for us, we have an internal game engine. I'm sure by now, Walid also has an internal game engine to replicate some of their stuff, right? Like we know what works on the continent. So if someone like Unity, Unreal, they are all trying to come onto the continent and they are working with us. Some of us are working with Epic, Unity, trying to see how best to broaden the community. The big companies, MTN and the rest are also trying to organize game conferences to see the geeks on the continent and bring them together to craft this industry. At least they realize that our audience are weird, are unique. Like, there's this weirdness in terms of game consumers, right? So we all have to gather. Like how back in 97 or 99, that's when I joined IGDA, right? And I started learning from there, Gamma Sutra and all those things. I've joined them for a long time. We will provide that sort of thing for the audience, right? For our African audience. Today, I got my first assignment submission from a course I started teaching in a university. I started teaching game design in a university, which is an online course. Game development course. And I got my first student sent the assignment. I was so happy. I'm like, wow, someone has actually learned my game design video tutorials and done the assignment. So these are some of the things that are going to surface. Education, content, skill, build skill to create more stuff, create more companies. And then the association is also going to bring us together to standardize things on the continent. So that's how I see things going, and investors coming in will have to join the association to actually see how to make things work on the continent.
Impressive, guys. Well, unfortunately, the time is running, away. But I want us to go around the table one more time, and I want to know if you guys have one thing to say to wrap up this conversation that we had around the emergence of video game industry in Africa. Let me start with you, Walid, and then we'll go to Hugo.
Yeah, I mean the path is still very, very long, but we are every long journey starts with a small step, and we are definitely doing 100 every day, so which is amazing. I'm very glad that this community is starting to gather and to be all thinking in the same way on how to work in a good synergy all together. I believe that the next challenge will be educating on three levels. The first one, of course, skills, and this is very important. We have a lot of young people, a lot of creative people, and not only in hard skills. I also believe that soft skills are very important general culture, history, geography, how to tell stories, music, all this kind of things is very important to create a nice game. The second thing is actually educating also our governments and our ecosystems about the importance of our markets. Until now, a lot of people think that what we are doing, games, toys, actually for kids. And this is everybody, we are sharing this, especially in countries like ours. And the third aspect is educating the local investors. Foreign investors is okay. It's fine. They will come if they see the money, if they see the opportunity. But we have local investors in all the countries, and they need to understand that investing in real estate is something from the last century. Now we need to invest in this type of industries and this type of products if they really want to get rich, because an investor just want to have a return over his investment, and definitely this can be a nice thing for them. So education, and advocacy. This is our burden, and in the same time our mission.
Nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hugo, what is your last word on this?
Yeah, so I think I'm very optimistic about the future for gaming in Africa. I think a lot of these are like learned behaviors, right? It's not easy, but there is a process, right? And it's a gradual step, right? It's repetition, it's perfection, but once we sort that out, right, the next step is actually building content that people want to enjoy, that people want to consume, right? That is key. Like there has to be a focus on the products that are designed and developed, whether those products are for businesses or for direct consumers, right? So, I mean, like again, with the people that I talk to, the people that I encounter, right? There is that awareness of that system, and then once we get that part right, the next piece of the puzzle is the distribution. So whether that is telcos, whether that is OEMs, whether those are the distribution platforms, because I don't think that any one person has the capacity to learn, to create, and then to distribute and then to monetize. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of silos or verticals, right? So the partnership and the collaboration is extremely vital, right, to enable us achieve this. So, for me, the word is to the distributors, to the OEMs, to the telcos, please look for ways to support, right? You have the platform, help the developers get their content to the end consumers.
Nice. Aram, you have 30 seconds.
I think they've said it all. And for me, I'll just say that the game industry is the only industry that enables all other industries. It's a field that brings together all skill sets: arts, science, story writers, graphic designers, programmers together. And it's the only industry to make a salient contribution to Africa's GDP. So let's embrace it at all levels, and let's help unlock this puzzle to make the gaming industry bigger than the movie and the music industry combined as it is in the West. Let's make it bigger in Africa. So those are my last words.
Wow. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I really enjoyed the conversation. This was really great. I heard passion, I heard dedication, I heard vision. And I think, this is just something very important to the youth. Some of you guys have been in the industry for 10 to 15 years. And, I commend you for that. And really, let's all look at it. I think the future is bright. Africa definitely has a lot of potential, and the video game industry will definitely be something key that countries in our continent are going to have to, are going to use as a way to create jobs and as a way to create wealth. Thank you guys again for the time. Thanks for everyone who is listening in. We'll definitely be in touch, and thanks to everybody for listening in. All right, take care, guys.
Okay, bye.
Bonjour à tous, encore une fois très heureux de vous retrouver parmi nous. Nous sommes aujourd'hui vendredi Donc vous avez passé 3 journées avec nous, vous avez eu l'occasion de pouvoir tout découvrir sur l'univers des jeux vidéo en Afrique. Vous avez pu voir certains des acteurs importants, vous avez pu voir ceux qui sont, comme on le dit, les movers and shakers de l'industrie. Et donc aujourd'hui, je suis heureux de vous retrouver encore une fois pour vous parler d'un événement majeur pour le Feja 4, c'est les awards du Feja. Alors pour la première fois en Afrique, il y aura une cérémonie d'awards pour les jeux vidéo africains. Quand on parle de l'univers du cinéma, vous avez les Oscars, vous avez les Césars, en Afrique vous avez le FESPACO. Mais quand on parle du jeu vidéo, aujourd'hui malheureusement en Côte d'Ivoire ou en Afrique de façon générale, il n'y a encore rien. Et donc c'était important pour nous d'utiliser le Feja comme plateforme pour pouvoir récompenser et valoriser l'ensemble des personnes qui font des choses intéressantes au niveau du jeu vidéo. Nous avons commencé avec 2 axes importants, les créateurs de jeux et les e-sportifs. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous allons chercher à faire? Nous allons chercher à mettre en avant un certain nombre d'initiatives de production de jeux sur le continent. Nous allons regarder les différents jeux qui ont été créés cette année ou les dernières années. Nous allons essayer de voir celles qui ressortent du lot et nous allons essayer d'offrir à ces personnes-là un award pour permettre à l'ensemble des acteurs du marché, que ce soit des acteurs locaux ou des acteurs internationaux, de pouvoir savoir qui crée des jeux intéressants sur le continent et s'ils souhaitent faire des partenariats en Afrique, avec qui faire ces partenariats-là. Quand on parle des e-sportifs, nous allons essayer de voir sur l'ensemble des disciplines quels sont ceux qui aujourd'hui ont les meilleurs résultats sur le continent. C'est un peu difficile parce qu'il n'y a pas encore effectivement de tournois majeurs panafricains, à l'exception du Feja, mais il y a encore quand même beaucoup d'initiatives locales. Nous allons essayer de pouvoir identifier ceux qui, au travers de ces initiatives locales, ont pu sortir du lot. Quand on parle de développement de jeux, il faut savoir qu'il y a un bassin de jeux qui est quand même relativement limité. Mais ça, c'est pas grave. Il y a énormément de talent, il y a énormément de passion à revendre, il y a énormément de potentiel. Donc ce qui veut dire que des initiatives comme les awards du Feja vont permettre de mettre la lumière sur certains de ces développeurs de jeux ou certains de ces créateurs de jeux, j'aimerais dire. Et demain, on pourra avoir encore plus de jeux parce que si vous créez des opportunités pour ceux qui ont déjà développé des jeux, mais ça va attirer encore plus de monde et ceux qui sont derrière vont pouvoir avoir eux aussi leur opportunité, leur chance. Ces jeux-là sont des jeux aussi bien mobiles que des jeux consoles, que des jeux PC. L'essentiel pour nous, c'est que ce soit des jeux qui soient développés en Afrique ou développés par des Africains. Si vous avez créé un jeu, quel qu'il soit, mais vous aurez peut-être la chance de gagner cet award. Je reviens un peu sur le but de cet award. Encourager. Il y a énormément de jeunes qui aujourd'hui développent des jeux vidéo depuis leur chambre d'étudiants, dans leur tout petit studio avec 1-2 personnes. Et malheureusement, ils ne sont pas encore reconnus. Et malheureusement, ils ne sont pas encore reconnus. Alors, s'ils ont la chance de pouvoir gagner un award, ils auront une certaine visibilité médiatique qui va leur permettre de pouvoir nouer des partenariats, qui va leur permettre de pouvoir trouver des investisseurs et qui va leur permettre de pouvoir faire du jeu vidéo ou de la création de jeux vidéo leur métier. Et ça, pour nous, c'est quelque chose de très important. Quand on parle des e-sportifs, il faut savoir que ce sont des personnes qui aujourd'hui jouent aux jeux vidéo de façon juste pour le fun. Quand on parle des e-sportifs, il faut savoir qu'aujourd'hui, une grande majorité joue aux jeux vidéo pour le fun et essaye de faire des compétitions avec l'ambition de gagner. Mais aujourd'hui, une grande majorité n'est pas encore considérée comme un e-sportif, alors qu'il y en a. Il y a quelques équipes qui ont commencé à se créer, notamment en Afrique du Nord, notamment en Afrique du Sud. Il y en a une qui vient même de se créer au Sénégal. Ça montre que les choses sont en train d'arriver tout doucement. Alors pour ça, il faut pouvoir mettre la lumière sur ces athlètes-là. Il faut pouvoir montrer qu'ils ont du potentiel et que l'Afrique les soutient. Je vais maintenant passer aux différentes catégories. Nous en avons 12 au total. Certains me diront, c'est pas assez. Certains me diront, mais ça fait beaucoup pour une première. Mais on a essayé de trouver le juste milieu, trouver le moyen de récompenser ou de mettre en valeur ceux qui le méritent, mais en même temps ouvrir la porte pour que demain, nous nous retrouvions avec une vingtaine, une trentaine, voire même une quarantaine d'awards. Pourquoi pas? La première catégorie, c'est le jeu avec la meilleure illustration. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on va chercher à voir? On va chercher à voir les jeux qui ont une qualité graphique. On va chercher à voir la recherche artistique. On va chercher à voir le rendu visuel de ces jeux-là pour essayer de voir quels sont les jeux qui ont été les plus poussés en matière de design. Ensuite, la meilleure musique de jeu. C'est un peu comme le cinéma. La musique crée l'ambiance, elle crée la scène, elle crée l'environnement autour qui permet à celui qui est en train de profiter du spectacle. Elle crée l'environnement autour, ce qui permet à celui, dans le cadre du jeu vidéo, qui est en train de jouer, d'être à fond dans son jeu. Alors nous allons récompenser la meilleure musique de jeu. Ensuite, le scénario. On oublie parfois que le jeu vidéo, c'est un moyen de raconter des histoires. Alors si vous voulez raconter une histoire, il est important de savoir quelle est cette histoire, d'où est-ce qu'elle vient, qu'est-ce qu'elle cherche quel est le message qu'on cherche à pousser, comment est-ce qu'on cherche à mettre en valeur un certain nombre de choses à travers ce jeu vidéo. Alors nous allons récompenser le meilleur scénario de jeu, le jeu qui nous a fait rêver de par son histoire, le jeu qui nous a fait voyager, le jeu qui nous a montré énormément de choses en très peu de temps. Ensuite, nous allons récompenser les meilleurs jeux qui œuvrent pour des causes. Certains diraient Gaming for Good, d'autres diraient Game for Good. Le plus important pour nous, c'est de dire qu'on va récompenser un jeu qui aujourd'hui s'attaque à une cause, que ce soit la malnutrition, que ce soit pour pouvoir financer des fonds pour une ONG, que ce soit pour n'importe quelle activité, mais que ce soit une cause. Et Dieu seul sait qu'en Afrique, on a énormément besoin de soutien. Il y a énormément de causes pour lesquelles on a besoin de support et d'accompagnement. Alors nous allons récompenser ceux qui ont décidé de faire de leur jeu un moyen d'aider la communauté, un moyen de pouvoir faire avancer l'humanité et faire avancer le continent africain. Une autre catégorie, ce sera le meilleur jeu mobile. Pourquoi le meilleur jeu mobile? Pourquoi pas les autres? Alors il faut comprendre que l'Afrique est un continent principalement mobile. Quand on regarde en termes de taux de pénétration d'Internet, vous allez voir que 80% sinon plus, c'est du trafic qui vient du mobile. Ça veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, le continent africain se connecte à Internet principalement sur le mobile. Le jeu vidéo est tout doucement en train d'évoluer. On va voir d'ici quelques années que la plupart des jeux vont se faire en ligne. Et donc, ceux qui sont sur des jeux mobiles ont énormément de potentiel. À ça se rajoute, vous avez près de 600 millions de personnes qui ont aujourd'hui accès à leur téléphone mobile. Vous avez la 4G, vous aurez bientôt la 5G. Donc, jeux vidéo mobile, énormément de potentiel pour le marché africain. Alors, nous avons souhaité mettre en valeur ceux qui développent des jeux pour le mobile. Ensuite, nous avons les meilleurs jeux éducatifs. Quand on parle de jeux, c'est souvent associé uniquement à l'aspect ludique. Alors que les jeux peuvent être utilisés aujourd'hui pour véhiculer un certain nombre de messages, pour éduquer notre jeunesse. Alors ceux qui ont pris le pari de développer des jeux vidéo autour de l'éducation, que ce soit de façon subtile ou de façon, j'ai envie de dire, beaucoup plus explicite, nous avons décidé de les récompenser. Ensuite, nous aurons le meilleur jeu de l'année. Non, je dirais même le meilleur jeu des 5 dernières années. Parce que malheureusement, avant cette année, il n'y avait pas d'award pour les jeux africains. Donc ce serait dommage de ne pas pouvoir récompenser certains de ceux qui se battent depuis plusieurs années. Alors nous avons décidé d'aller un peu en arrière et d'offrir un award pour le meilleur jeu des 5 dernières années. Ensuite, nous aurons le meilleur joueur de e-football. Donc là, on s'attaque maintenant au e-sportif. L'Afrique est un continent qui adore le football. Alors pour nous, c'était normal de pouvoir récompenser ces joueurs-là qui, au lieu d'être avec le ballon rond sur la pelouse, sont en face de leur écran de jeu vidéo et jouent au football de façon virtuelle. Vous aurez aussi le meilleur joueur de MOBA. Aujourd'hui, c'est le type de jeu qui cartonne partout à l'international. Donc aujourd'hui, c'est important de pouvoir remarquer, de pouvoir identifier et de pouvoir récompenser ce joueur ou ces joueurs-là qui ont décidé de s'attaquer à ce type de jeu, qui aujourd'hui sont des jeux en ligne. Donc quelqu'un qui joue en Afrique avec des connexions aussi compliquées que les nôtres et qui arrive à gagner et qui arrive à se présenter sur la scène internationale et à faire des choses, c'est quelque chose à récompenser. Une autre catégorie, les meilleurs joueurs de versus fighting. J'en parlais pendant la cérémonie d'ouverture. Nous avons ici un certain nombre de personnes qui adorent les jeux de combat. Que ce soit Street Fighter, que ce soit Tekken ou même d'autres jeux, il y a énormément de jeunes qui adorent ce type de jeu-là. Soit parce qu'ils adorent les arts martiaux. Donc que ce soit des personnes comme moi qui ont grandi avec des jeux de combat, c'est important de pouvoir récompenser ces joueurs-là qui s'intéressent à ces types de jeux Ensuite, nous aurons les équipes FPS de l'année. Qu'est-ce que c'est qu'un FPS? Un First Person Shooter. Donc c'est un jeu qui met en scène une personne qui a un fusil ou un pistolet d'une certaine manière et qui doit viser. Donc c'est un environnement qui ressemble un peu à celui de la guerre, à celui un peu des militaires. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui aiment ce type de jeu-là. Et donc nous avons souhaité pouvoir récompenser ceux qui sont dans cet univers et qui adorent ce type de jeu. Et la dernière catégorie, c'est le meilleur streamer de l'année. Pourquoi le streaming? Aujourd'hui, le jeu vidéo est en train de se transformer. Un peu comme le sport, vous avez énormément de personnes qui aiment s'asseoir pour regarder d'autres personnes jouer. Et donc vous avez vu émerger une autre catégorie de personnes. Ceux qui sont un peu comme des animateurs de télé. On les appelle des casteurs. Et donc eux, qu'est-ce qu'ils font? Mais eux, ils regardent d'autres personnes jouer ou ils jouent eux-mêmes et ils commentent leur propre jeu. Et ceux-là, qu'est-ce qu'ils permettent de faire? Ils permettent de drainer une audience de plus en plus importante. Ils permettent de montrer l'engouement et l'enjeu derrière l'univers du jeu vidéo. Ils permettent de créer des communautés. Et donc c'est important pour nous de pouvoir identifier ces personnes-là et de pouvoir les récompenser pour que ça incite d'autres personnes à elles aussi se lancer dans le streaming et donc faire la promotion du jeu vidéo. Nous avons fini maintenant de présenter les 12 catégories des Feja Awards. Parlons maintenant un peu du déroulement. Alors, historiquement, les cérémonies d'awards mettent en scène un certain nombre de personnes et ils se retrouvent dans une salle physique pour pouvoir récupérer leur award. Malheureusement, cette année, avec la Covid, c'est très compliqué. Alors, ce que nous avons décidé de faire, c'est de le faire en plusieurs étapes. Dans un premier temps, nous avons recensé un certain nombre de candidats qui tombaient dans l'ensemble de ces catégories-là, en se basant sur nos propres recherches, en se basant sur les interactions que nous avons pu avoir, en se basant sur les jeux que certains des membres de notre jury avaient eu à tester ou à voir. Et donc ceux-là ont déjà été préenregistrés. Mais pourquoi ne pas donner la chance à ceux qui pensent avoir un jeu intéressant de pouvoir le soumettre? Alors, à partir d'aujourd'hui, sur le site internet www.feja.ci, feja.ci, vous pourrez soumettre votre jeu. Vous êtes un développeur indépendant, vous êtes un studio basé en Afrique ou alors avec des créateurs africains, vous pourrez soumettre votre jeu pour pouvoir le faire évaluer par les membres de notre jury. À la fin de ce processus, qui courra jusqu'à la fin du mois de décembre, les membres du jury feront une sélection et identifieront les 5 candidats qui sont nominés pour l'ensemble des catégories. Une fois cette étape réalisée, vous pourrez voter pour le jeu de votre choix. Et donc ça, ce sera ouvert au grand public. L'idée pour nous, c'était de pouvoir avoir un mélange entre le grand public qui allait pouvoir dire les jeux ou les e-sportifs de leur choix et aussi un comité d'experts qui constitue notre jury. Alors la période de vote ira pendant 3 semaines. À la fin des 3 semaines, nos membres du jury feront une décision finale. Et la remise des awards se fera dans une cérémonie que nous espérons physique pour pouvoir saluer ces personnes-là et les remercier. Bien entendu, on sera obligé de les saluer à distance, mais au moins nous serons heureux de pouvoir les avoir avec nous dans une même salle pour pouvoir les célébrer, pour pouvoir leur montrer que nous croyons en ce qu'ils font, pour pouvoir leur montrer qu'au-delà de nous, au-delà de juste ces quelques personnes qui sont là, il y a tout un continent qui croit en eux et qui espère que les années à venir les verront encore sur la scène. Et l'ensemble des membres de l'équipe du Feja vous remercie pour votre soutien, pour vos encouragements. Le Feja a toujours été une aventure. Depuis le départ, nous avons souhaité poser les premières pierres. Quand nous avons démarré en 2017, nous avions annoncé le plus grand événement e-sport et jeux vidéo d'Afrique. Par la suite, nous avons réussi à atteindre un certain niveau avec cet événement-là. Aujourd'hui, nous lançons encore une autre étape, celle des Feja Awards. Et nous espérons que cette étape aidera à bâtir un écosystème plus solide. Je tiens encore une fois à vous remercier. Ça fait 3 jours que vous êtes avec nous. J'espère que vous avez pu en profiter. J'espère que vous avez pu découvrir tout sur l'univers du jeu vidéo en Afrique et sur l'e-sport en Afrique. Maintenant, tout ce que je peux vous dire, c'est que nous espérons vivement que cette année puisse se terminer dans de bonnes conditions, que vous et vos familles restiez en bonne santé et nous espérons que l'année prochaine, nous pourrons nous retrouver pour un Feja 5 qui sera en physique ou même en digital parce que le monde a changé aujourd'hui. Nous espérons vivement que vous pourrez être parmi nous l'année prochaine pour en profiter. Pour cette année, n'oubliez pas de rester connecté sur notre chaîne Twitch, sur notre chaîne YouTube, parce que samedi et dimanche, nous aurons énormément de tournois. Alors restez connectés. Merci encore une fois et à très bientôt.